the piled high plates in front of them.
"Wow, what is all this?"
Addie asked her.
"Fried chicken breast with a wild blackberry sauce on the side, mac and cheese with shrimp mixed in, and here you have collard greens,"
the waitress said, pointing to each in turn.
"What's this stuff on the collards? If I told you, I'd have to kill you," she said, "but I guarantee you'll love it."
She winked and turned to go.
"I'll be right back with more sweet tea,"
she promised. They were quiet for a moment as they both dug into lunch.
"You weren't kidding. This blackberry sauce is out of this world,"
Addie said. "Told you," Lee said. "Sorry about the timing. Not ideal conversation for lunch."
"Goes with the territory,"
Addie shrugged.
"Speaking of timing, what did the coroner say about time of death?"
They placed it between 10 p.m. and midnight for Cindy. They couldn't be sure with Tara since the body had been in the water. That would have affected the body temperature and complicated things in other ways, too. But the body condition was not inconsistent with that timing, and their estimate was that they were both likely killed in that same time frame. The theory that made the most sense was that they were both attacked relatively close to where Cindy's body was found.
"And the cause of death for Tara?"
"The head trauma. They said it would likely have caused immediate death."
"Were they able to identify what she was hit with?"
"No. There were particles of rock from the groins found in the wound, but that could have been deposited while the body was in the water. Same was true for trying to identify any foreign fibers that might have come from an attacker."
"Footprints? Signs of struggle?"
"No. Any prints or blood on the beach had been washed away. With the other girl, Cindy, the forest debris around her body made it impossible to get any good prints, but there were broken branches and trampled plants that suggested she had been running in a northwest direction and was being chased. There was tearing at everything within an arm's reach of where they found her. No question about it, that girl went down fighting."
"Was either girl sexually assaulted?"
"Both were fully dressed, and there was no evidence of sexual assault on either body. We found DNA under Cindy's fingernails, but no match in any of the databases we had. Cindy had a little cash in the pockets of her jeans. Both girls were wearing those gold herringbone chains that were so popular in the 80s, plus a few rings, earrings, and bracelets between the two of them. All there when the bodies were recovered."
"What about forensic toxicology reports?"
Addie asked, placing her fork on her empty plate and pushing it away. "They had been drinking that evening, but their blood alcohol levels were minimal. The specifics are in the file, but I don't recall them off the top of my head since there wasn't enough to suggest that contributed significantly. They didn't find evidence of any drugs for Tara, though the results might be less reliable because of the time the body was in the water, bacteria and all. Cindy's test results showed low levels of marijuana. All that was consistent with witness statements about what was observed at the party."
"Will there be anything else?"
the waitress asked as she put the check on the table. "No thanks, Sue. That's it for today," Lee answered as he handed her a few bills. "I don't need any change."
"Thank you kindly. See y'all next time," she called back as she headed for another table. "You mentioned witness statements. Were you able to talk to them that night?"
"Only the two girls who went for help. The others had all gone home with no clue about the tragic turn things had taken. We got a list of names from Sonia and Julie of the people they remembered being there, and as we tracked those down, we asked for additional names from them. I think we had a complete list by the time it was over. Come on, let's head back." As they left, Lee held the door for a group coming in, several of whom had heard about his retirement and made all the usual corny jokes accompanied by handshakes and slaps on the back. Watching the scene, Addie could tell their well-wishing was heartfelt, and she suspected Lee was going to miss this more than he let on. She felt a little pang of jealousy over the camaraderie and realized she missed that part of it. The car was hot from sitting in the sun, and Lee put down the windows as he backed out of the parking space.
"So what did you get from the witnesses?" Addie asked as he pulled the car out of the lot and into the street.
Lots of kids noticed that Tara and Cindy had left the party, but nobody seemed to think that was any cause for alarm. The biggest bombshell was that another kid, Logan Bennett, left the party around 10 and came back around 11.
That coincides with the time of death,
Addie said quickly. It does, and that got our attention. Nobody had seen him with the two girls, but it seems he and Cindy had been an item until a recent breakup that got ugly.
Where did he say he'd been?
He wouldn't, Lee said, which only raised our suspicions.
I can imagine. Sounds like he was a serious suspect.
Sure was. We eventually arrested and charged him.
Seeing as how this is still an unsolved case, that obviously didn't hold up. What happened?
Before he could answer, Lee's cell phone rang. He glanced at the number and groaned. Bowen, he answered, and then was quiet as he listened to the caller. Yes, sir, on my way, he said. Sorry, Eddie, but I'm going to have to get back now. But go through all of the witness statements in the file. They'll give you a good idea who all the players were and what we know of what happened that night.
What about Logan Bennett? Is he still in the area?
Not sure. As you might imagine, he got a lot of unwanted attention at the time. After he was cleared, he moved around a bit. I kept track of him for a while, but I don't think he's in town anymore. Maybe one of the other witnesses will know. If not, we can help locate him through his driver's license. Lee parked the cruiser, and they walked toward the building. The front desk can get you to the records office to sign out the files, he said, holding the door for her. Do you need any help getting them out to your car?
No, I'm good.
Okay, then. Here's my card. They're going to let me transfer my cell number to a personal phone. Would you mind keeping me in the loop on what's happening with the case? I've been working it from the inside for so long. I'd like to see it through. And maybe I can help fill in any details that the files aren't clear about.
Thanks. I'm going to need your help. I'm sure we'll be talking soon.
Maybe you could slip me a scrap of detail on that other case you're working on, Lee said. Addie rolled her eyes.
I should have known that would come up.
Sorry, but you gotta admit it's a tantalizing case. I was at that bond hearing, and the preliminary hearing, too, he added with a sheepish grin. Half the town was.
No kidding, she said.
The phone in Lee's hand buzzed with a text. Duty calls, he said, looking at the screen.
Go, and thanks for lunch.
Don't mention it, Lee said, already heading for the hallway. Oh, wait, he said, turning back. The public defender who represented Logan Bennett at the time was Emma Hudson. She's not at the PD anymore, retired a few years back. But I think she opened a solo practice here in town after she left there. Back in the day, she was on the other side, so we didn't have much contact with her. I've always wondered, though, if she might have some tidbit of information that could help. Maybe something she doesn't even realize is relevant. I don't know how privilege works after all this time, but it might be good to give her a call and at least see if she'll talk to you.
Attorney-client privilege continues on after the case, so that sounds like kind of a long shot, Addie said, looking unconvinced.
Addie, this case is more than 3 decades old. Everything is a long shot. The phone in his hand buzzed again. I'm coming already, he said with a scowl, and waved as he disappeared down the hall. Chapter 21. Climbing in the Jeep with the files in the seat beside her and more in the back, Addie saw a missed call from Zach.
Hello, beautiful. Where are you? He answered. Long story. I'll tell you all about it when I get home. But I saw you had called. What's up?
I got a call from Pastor Ben.
A.K.A. Padre Ben?
One and the same. Colleton and I were out there this morning walking through some theories and looking for possible problems with them. Colleton again, she thought, remembering how seamlessly he'd taken over her hunch about surveillance cameras at the fast food place. I left my sunglasses at the church. Pastor called to tell me he found them if I wanted to come pick them up. Says he'll be at the church between 2 o'clock and 4 today. Any chance I could talk you into swinging by there and picking them up? Colleton and I are here at the house working, and Eli stopped by. Addie pictured the Maui gym shades. They were one of the only little luxuries Zack had left after the fall. If he had to replace them, it would be at Walmart, and there was no way she was saying no.
No problem. It's almost 3 o'clock, so I'll head there now. After that, I'm going to run a few errands. I'll be home in an hour or so. Sounds good. See you then. Bye.
Addie started to release the brake, but held off. What the hell? It would take her 15 or 20 minutes to get to the church from here. She might as well use the drive time to call Emma Hudson's office. Addie Googled the number and dialed, then switched to hands-free as she backed up and turned in the direction of Cicada Road. Bluetooth automatically shut down the music, and the sound of Ms. Hudson's phone ringing came over the speaker. "This is Emma Hudson." Addie froze for a moment. She had expected to get a receptionist or some other staff person.
Yeah, Miss Hudson? My name is Addie Stone."
Ms. Hudson didn't respond at first.
Oh, no need to explain, Miss Stone. I know exactly who you are,"
Ms. Hudson replied in a voice that betrayed her piqued interest.
"For that matter, every lawyer in this two-bit town knows who you are. You and Mr. Stander and that case of yours are the juiciest topic of conversation in every coffee clutch from here to the county lines." Her tone bordered on gleeful. "Please, don't keep me hanging. How can I help you, Miss Stone? And call me Emma. It will absolutely make my day tomorrow to drop it on all the cronies that you and I are on a first-name basis." "I hate to disappoint you, but as it turns out, I'm not calling you about the Jenkins case," Addie said. "Sergeant Lee Bowen suggested I call you about a cold case I'm working on, a double homicide on Edisto in 1983. Lee tells me you were involved?"
Addie couldn't see Emma's face over the phone, but the pregnant pause that followed suggested raised eyebrows and a dropped jaw.
"Are you still there, Emma?"
Addie asked, trying not to sound like she was enjoying this as much as the other woman. "I assume you're talking about my representation of Logan Bennett in the Godfrey Crosby murders?" Her tone was not quite as warm now.
"I am."
"You understand that the attorney-client privilege continues after charges are dropped, right?"
"I do, but not everything in your file would be privileged," Addie answered. "You might have third-party witness statements or other information that isn't in my file that could be helpful."
Another long pause.
"Addie,"
Emma was suddenly laughing,
"I doubt I have any information that would be the least bit helpful to you, but there is no way in hell I'm turning this invitation down. Hell, I'll be the newly crowned queen bee of the diner tomorrow just for telling them you called, which I will do repeatedly. When would you like to meet?"
Emma's laugh was infectious, and Addie felt herself joining in.
"Better sooner than later," she answered. "Would tomorrow work? Let's see, August 18. I have a hearing at 9, Emma answered. "How about if we meet at my office at 11 o'clock? "Perfect. See you then," Addie said, and ended the call.
Moments later, Addie pulled into the old church lot. There was a single car parked off to the side, but no sign of Pastor Ben on the grounds.
"Must be in the sanctuary," she thought, as she closed her door and studied the church.
The afternoon light gave the place a different feel than it had yesterday morning. The church faced east, so the morning sun yesterday had cast it in a gleaming white against the softly grayed woods behind it. Now, with the afternoon sun sinking lower in the west, the facade was darkening, and the shadow of the tree line had crept up around the building. The word brooding filtered through Addie's mind. The door was unlocked and swung open without a protest. Stepping inside, Addie was immediately struck by the relative light. The tall windows drank in and amplified every ray of light such that the interior appeared brighter than the exterior from which the light was coming. She knew she was right about the similar effect that car lights would have after dark. "Addie!" The voice boomed startlingly close behind her. "I was expecting Zack. What a nice surprise to see you."
"Pastor Ben," she said, managing to cover her reaction with a smile. "I didn't see you. Did I walk right by you?"
"No," he said. I was out back when I heard your car and walked around. When I didn't see you outside, I assumed you were in here. I hope I didn't startle you."
"Not at all," she lied. "Zach said you found his sunglasses?"
Yes, they're right there on the end of that first pew, the one on the left." Addie turned and walked to the front of the sanctuary. As she leaned down to pick up the glasses, the small, dark stain on the floor near the altar caught her eye.
"Thank you so much for calling about these."
"It was no trouble," he said. "Is there something else you wanted?" he asked when she didn't leave.
"If you have a minute, yes. But it's not about the Jenkins case."
"Well, now you have me curious. What is it?" He sat down and leaned back against a pew, crossing one leg over a knee and gesturing for her to have a seat.
"It's about a cold case I'm working on for the sheriff's office," she said, perching on the edge of the seat. "It's an old case, more than 3 decades ago, but you mentioned yesterday that you grew up here, so I was wondering if you might remember anything about it. It was a double homicide on Edisto Beach. The victims were both teenaged girls."
"Why would something that old be reopened?" He was visibly surprised. "Have they found some new lead?"
"No," she said, "but I'm intrigued by the story and think it deserves another look. Did you happen to know either of the girls or their families?"
"No. I remember the incident. It was the lead story in all the local news sources for weeks, maybe months, and it shook this sleepy little town to its core. But I was a good bit older than those girls, and I certainly didn't know them."
"What about their families?"
"Addie." He hesitated, searching for the right words. "It may be hard for someone from your generation to understand how different the world was then, especially in a small town. Those families were white, not black like me. Schools were integrated by the 80s, but that was about it. Our little congregation here isn't exactly diverse now, and it was even less so then. Except for the occasional funeral, it would have been rare to see a white person at one of our services. To be fair, not many of us would have cared to visit white churches either. The same was true for most other aspects of daily life as well. It's not something for any of us to be proud of, but it doesn't help to pretend differently now."
"Sadly, some things haven't changed," she said, as she stood to leave. "I'm sure it hasn't escaped you how much race will factor into Sam's case."
"You're right about that. A lot of people will see a young black man, and not a hard-working young accountant sitting at that defense table. I hope your Mr. Stander is up to the challenge."
"Have a little faith, Pastor," she said, smiling.
There were still trucks in the yard when Addie pulled in, which was what she'd been hoping for. Colleton's connections may have been edging her out of the Jenkins case, but they would be an asset to her new project. He and his family had been around forever, and as a criminal defense lawyer, he would have been paying close attention to the Edisto murders, and his talent for soliciting gossip would have had him in the thick of it. Buck, who was on the porch waiting for Eli, wagged his way out to meet her as she pulled a box of files and a bag of groceries from the seat.
"Sorry, Buck,"
Addie said as she made her way in, leaving him exiled.
"But something tells me you and Elvis would not be the closest of pals."
Inside, she found Zach, Colleton, and Eli huddled together over maps and numbers.
"What's all this?"
"We're trying to nail down the alibi argument," Zach answered, with his eyes still glued to the numbers. "Colleton got the security video from the place across from Sam's office. We hit a home run. One of the cameras caught Sam leaving the office and punching the keypad at 10:16, and then pulling out of the lot to the left. That was a great find," he said, giving Colleton a fist bump.
"You're welcome," she thought,
but held her tongue. "We mapped out all the possible routes Sam could have taken to the church that night, and then Colleton, Eli, and I took turns driving them to get an idea of the potential range of travel time. Now that we have a good idea of what the possible range is, Colleton and I will try to identify a witness who can repeat the tests and testify at trial."
"Like an expert witness?"
"I'm not sure we need to qualify the witness as an expert, but that's something we'll need to think about."
Based on our trial runs, it's looking like there could have been as little as 2 minutes for Sam to get out of his car, enter the church, and call EMS. That doesn't leave time for the kind of physical action it would have taken to inflict the wounds that poor girl had. Sounds like you're making progress. What can I do to help? She recklessly fanned a tiny spark of hope to life. Thanks, but we've got it, Zach said. The little flame died a quiet death. Addie shrugged, more for her own benefit than anyone else's, and began putting the groceries in the refrigerator. Zach may have been oblivious to her disappointment, but she caught a guarded glance between Eli and Colleton. Why the banker's box? Zach asked, finally looking up. That's my new project. There are more in the Jeep, Addie said, making a show of intense focus on the groceries. I'm working on a cold case for the local sheriff's office. It'll give me something to do. The unspoken message hit Zach with the subtlety of a Louisville slugger to the gut. Oh. His voice sounded small. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Colleton said, trying to drag Zach to safety. Tell us about your case. And is that beer you're putting away? Want one? She asked. Hell yes. Me too, Eli said. Make it 3. So? Colleton prompted again as he took 2 of the bottles from her and handed one off to Eli. It's a double homicide from 1983. 2 girls were murdered at Edisto Beach when they wandered away from a party. From 1983? Are you serious? Zach's bottle stopped halfway to his mouth. I remember when that happened, Eli said. Did you know anyone involved? Addie asked, hoping for a lead. No, they were all a lot younger than I was, and white. Not a circle I would have been part of. But I remember the media frenzy about it. Sometime after the murders, they arrested a kid they thought might have done it. Only he came up with an alibi that involved buying drugs from Buford Gadsden at the time of the murders. Hold on. Was that when Buford was arrested and did time? Zach asked, remembering the rest of the story Eli had told him at the diner. When the alibi came out, yeah, I think that's when Buford's moonlighting gig came to an abrupt end. I reckon if you look at it from that angle, I did know someone involved, Eli said with a chuckle. And you, Mr. Burns? Addie turned her attention to Colleton. You've been uncharacteristically quiet during all this. With your lust for gossip and uncanny ability to get the juiciest of it, I'm counting on you to give me the lay of the land and tell me who the players would have been. Everyone looked expectantly at Colleton. Sorry to disappoint y'all, Colleton said, throwing up his hands. But I don't have much to offer this time. Yeah, right, like we're going to believe that, Addie said. No, I mean it. I remember when it happened, of course. It was all anyone was talking about. Those girls were younger than I was, and I didn't know either of them. I knew some of their family, but not that well, so I didn't get any inside news. I do remember that every parent in town with teenagers was freaked out about where their kids were all the time for a while after that. Come on, surely you were hearing some of the details on the street, Addie said. At the time, I was working on a big case of my own that was getting close to trial. Nothing as big as a double homicide, but big for that point in my career. I didn't have much time for gossip that summer. Sorry to let you down. He shrugged apologetically. Truth is, I've always been curious about it, though. Promise you'll share the juicy details as you get further into it. Addie caught Zach's gaze, and she could see that hers wasn't the only bullshit alarm going off, but she let it drop. I should probably get going, Eli said, looking at his watch. It's getting close to Buck's supper time, and if I don't feed him, he's likely to start gnawing on your porch furniture. Seeing as how it's not even our porch furniture, we appreciate that, Zach said. I should be going too, Colleton said. Zach, I'll see you tomorrow. Addie, thanks for the beer, and I was serious about wanting to hear the scoop on your cold case. That was one of the most shocking events we'd had around these parts. Addie was in bed reviewing a file of witness statements when Zach came out of the shower. Anything helpful? Zach asked, eyeing the file. At this point, it's all helpful, since I know so little, and the small town factor still makes my head spin. What do you mean? He asked. You're defending Eli's grandson on charges of murdering Buford Gadsden's daughter, and I pick up a cold case involving a double homicide near a party on Gadsden family land that had a ripple effect of landing Buford Gadsden in jail for selling drugs, and one of his customers was Eli. It's like everyone here is connected, and chance meetings create secrets between the most unlikely people. Doesn't the connection here seem strange to you? It crossed my mind, but the more I think about it, it's not that strange. No. Then why did it jump out at both of us as? I think it's called selective distortion, Zach said. Taking new information, like your new information that there was a double homicide on Edisto Beach, and trying to make it fit with information or a perception you already have. We've been hyper-focused on Sam's case, and that necessarily includes Buford's daughter and Eli's grandson. When Eli reminded us that he and Buford both had some remote connection to that old case, we tried to make it fit somehow with the current case. But as far as I can tell, it doesn't. I guess that makes sense. The thing that puzzles me more is that someone as nosy as Colleton didn't know more than he did. We're on the same page there. I'm betting Colleton knows more than he's telling. The question is, why? Afraid I'm no help there. I'm as clueless as you are, Zach said. You planning on working late there? He gestured to the file. I'm thinking I've probably had enough for one day, she said. Why? Something else you'd rather I do? Turns out there is, he said, reaching for the lamp. She smiled into the darkness as she heard his towel hit the floor. Chapter 22. Fuck. There must be hundreds of cold cases rotting away in moldy boxes in the bowels of the sheriff's office. How in the hell did Addie Stone manage to land on that one? I don't know how I managed to hold it together when I heard she was reopening the Edisto Beach thing. I remember thinking I sounded normal while we were talking, but I was trying so hard to choose my words carefully. I can't be sure. When I left Jessie Gadsden on the floor with her miserable life oozing out of her, it never dawned on me that Samuel Jenkins or anyone else would find her so soon. Sam's arrest does have advantages. He didn't just call for help. He got down and wallowed around in the gore and trampled up the scene. Jesus, what was he thinking? No complaint from me, though. As long as the powers that be are convinced they have the killer behind bars, they won't come looking for me. Hats off to the BLM protesters on that point. They are 100% right about Sam being railroaded. Neither the cops nor the solicitor are even thinking about any other suspect, much less looking for one. On the other hand, Sam's arrest means there will be a trial. And a trial means there will be two sets of lawyers rooting around in the evidence, taking a closer look. Not good. I've known since Sam's arrest that I would need to worm my way into some inside information on his case. Now, with the old case reopened, I'm going to need to keep an eye on that one, too. At least Addie gives me an inside track on both cases. But if Addie connects enough dots to see the connection between that old Edisto case and the new one, that will not be good for me. It will be a hell of a lot worse for her. Because I am not going to jail. Chapter 23. Emma Hudson's office was in an old government building across from the courthouse that had been repurposed as shared office space for solo professionals and entrepreneurial startups. The perimeter of the building was lined with small offices with windows, and the interior had common space conference rooms, break rooms, etc. It was modest, but respectable. A shared receptionist at the front desk gave Addie Emma's suite number, and Addie walked down the hall to find the door slightly ajar, and Emma typing furiously on a computer. "I hope I'm not too early," Addie said, knocking lightly on the door. "Not at all. Come in," Emma said, looking up.
She had let her graying hair go natural, and her face was deeply tanned and heavily lined, as though she'd lived her life out in the sun. The combination of the white hair against the deep tan lent a startling intensity to her bright blue eyes. "Have a seat," she said, extending an arm toward the chair on the other side of the desk. "I was about to step across the hall and grab myself a cup of coffee. Can I get you one, too?" "Thanks, that would be nice. Black." "Ah, common ground already. I'll be right back." Addie took in the shelves of tennis trophies and photos of a young Emma with ponytailed, chestnut hair, holding up silver cups and engraved plaques. One of the photos had a familiar-looking face in the background. If that wasn't Colleton Burns, he had a doppelganger. "Here you go," Emma said, handing her a steaming cup and closing the door before sitting at her desk. "Do you still play?" Addie asked, nodding toward the trophies. "Not at the level I could when I was younger, but I still play. Believe it or not, there's not a lot to do in Walterboro, and it keeps me active." "Is that Colleton Burns in the background there?" Addie asked. "Of course it is," Emma laughed. "If there was a team of young women in short tennis skirts, there was a good chance he was around somewhere. To be fair, though, it was also because his well-heeled mother sponsored a lot of our teams, and Colleton would show up to hand out the trophies. That was taken not long after I moved here. It was the last year I played competitively. After that, I helped coach the high school team for a while." "Looks like you were successful at that, too," Addie said, noticing a later photo with Emma surrounded by a circle of younger girls. One, a perky blonde with a pretty smile, was holding up a plaque. "I did okay." Emma's blue gaze stared intently over the rim of her cup as she raised it. "But you aren't here to ask about my long-gone glory days." "No, I'm not. Like I said on the phone yesterday, I'm working with the sheriff's office on a cold case, a double homicide on Edisto Beach. I heard you were Zach Stander's investigator. Is the Jenkins case not keeping you busy enough?" "Legal cases don't work the same way in real life that they seem to in the movies. The work comes in fits and starts, and it's not all over in a few days," she answered, diplomatically avoiding the subject of Colleton's coup. "You're not telling me anything new there," Emma said. "I spent almost 30 years with the public defender's office before retiring and starting this sleepy little private practice." "Actually, it's your time with the PD I want to ask about. I understand you represented Logan Bennett when he was charged in the Edisto murders." "That's right. A lot of what I know would be privileged, but I'm happy to share what I'm allowed to. I can't imagine how any of it would help, but as I admitted when you called, I have ulterior motives for wanting to meet you," she said with a wide grin. "Fair enough. So fire away, Addie Stone. What is it you want to know?" "Let's start with this. The night of the murders, Logan left the party for an hour or two at about the time the girls did. There were at least 30 witnesses who gave statements, and almost every one of them mentioned that. It's been a while since I was a teenager, but if memory of similar parties serves me, there would have been a lot of kids coming and going, probably in couples. It seems odd that so many people would even notice, much less think it was unusual that one guy left for a while. What am I missing?" "Logan was handsome and a bit of a daredevil. He was popular with the other kids, and you know how teenagers are. They all want to be popular, so they idolize the ones who are and emulate everything they do. Cindy didn't have that same level of popularity, but she had a reputation for being a drama queen, and she supposedly made a big public scene when their little fling ended badly. When an it kid like Logan leaves the party, it gets noticed. Then all the others look around to see who else is missing that might be with him. That led to noticing Cindy was gone, which led to Tara, since they were best friends. Then there was the timing thing, since Logan was unaccounted for during the window they estimated for time of death. To add fuel to the fire, when the investigators asked him where he'd been, he flat out refused to answer. Throw in the fact that public pressure was hot, and the cops didn't have so much as a scrap of another lead, and Lee Bowen and his team were all over Logan. Sounds like you don't think that was justified. Is there some bad blood between you and Bowen?"
No, Emma said after an awkward pause. Nothing personal. Lee and I started our careers at about the same time, and he seems like a decent guy. It would have been reckless not to seriously consider Logan under those circumstances. But I knew they weren't putting much effort in searching after they arrested Logan. That changed after he was released, of course, but they wasted valuable time they could never get back. If they'd stayed hard on the trail while it was still hot, we might have answers today, instead of another cold case. But they didn't. They were convinced it was Logan, and I ended up defending him. Any chance you took statements from any witnesses that you can share? Addie asked. I thought you might ask. After our call, I looked through my file and found a summary I put together with the most salient facts from the more detailed statements. Technically, it would be attorney work product, but the information isn't privileged, so I can give it to you. As she talked, she reached for her mouse and printed a document that she handed across the desk. Impressive, Addie said. I was guessing we'd have to go through an old box full of mildew and silverfish. In this shoebox of an office, there's not much space for storage. It eventually forced me to go paperless. I admit, though, I put it off for a long time, especially scanning this old stuff. Old dogs' new tricks and all that. Thanks for this, Addie said, putting the papers in her backpack. There's something else I wanted to ask about. Please don't take this wrong. But 34 years ago, you couldn't have been more than a few years out of law school. I'm sure you are, a good lawyer. But how does a baby lawyer get assigned to a double homicide? And a girl lawyer at that, right? That wasn't what I meant. I know, but trust me, it was a significant factor 3 decades ago in this little town, she said with an air of resignation. Besides, they didn't assign it to me initially. Instead, they quite sensibly gave it to a lawyer who was far more senior and had some murder cases under his belt. Crazy thing was that Logan wouldn't have it. He insisted they reassign it to me. As you might imagine, the guys at the top explained to him that he didn't get to pick because they knew who was best for what case, and he would have to accept the counsel they assigned if he wanted to be assigned a defense attorney. She paused and smiled as if picturing the skirmish. Next thing we knew, Logan, in typical Logan fashion, told them all to go fuck themselves. Said it was his ass on the line and he'd have me or no one. They called his bluff and said it was his right to refuse counsel, figuring he'd relent in a day or so. When he didn't, I finally went to my boss and begged him to assign me with the condition that I would report to the more senior lawyer and get his help at every stage, and we'd try the case together if it came to that. And they agreed to that? Hell no. They were no more inclined to let a baby lawyer tell them what to do than to let Logan. But the families and the public were screaming for action. The judge was passing that heat along to the PD because circuit court judges are elected by the legislature for terms. And the last thing the judge wanted was to have his name on a conviction and sentencing that was kicked back on appeal on a high-profile case. My bosses finally caved and put me on it. No offense, but why would Logan want a less experienced lawyer? Emma sighed. Logan and I had a bit of a history. A history? Addie's jaw dropped. No, not a personal history, a legal history. Emma seemed amused by Addie's reaction. Like I said, Logan was a daredevil and didn't exactly think the rules applied to him. This led to a few brushes with the local authorities, the kind of lesser offenses that are assigned to a young, less experienced lawyer. I can't tell you details since most were removed from his record because he was a minor. I can tell you they were typical teenager stuff. Like underage drinking? Along those lines, Emma said, with a non-committal shrug and an impenetrable poker face. If you looked up his criminal record, you'd find at least one of the arrests because he was already 18. It was for trespassing. One of our more prominent local citizens had a swanky backyard setup with a swimming pool, colored lights, and a refrigerator full of beer, and a lousy hiding place for the key to the padlock. He woke up one night to noises coming from the backyard. When he went to investigate, he found Logan skinny dipping in his pool and drinking his beer. Addie couldn't help but laugh. I get why the guy was pissed off. But that sounds more like something most people would have dealt with Logan's parents about rather than press charges, especially back then. Sorry, did I forget to mention Logan was skinny dipping with the guy's beautiful teenage daughter? Now they were both laughing. What happened? By the time the police arrived and fished a drunken Logan out of the pool, sans pants, it had occurred to the citizen that if he pursued it to trial, his daughter would be the subject of gossip for years. After I was appointed to represent Logan, I met with him, and we worked out an informal deal. The citizen agreed not to pursue prosecution, which the authorities were only too happy to agree to, with so many bigger fish to fry. In return, Logan agreed to stay at least 500 feet from the daughter and their residence, reimburse him for the beer, and check in with me once a month for 6 months to confirm he was staying out of trouble. It wasn't a formal pretrial intervention, so the arrest is still on his record, but it only shows as an arrest for trespassing that was dismissed. God, Emma said. I haven't thought about that fiasco in years. How did we get off on this tangent? You were telling me about Logan insisting his case go to you. Ah, yes. At first, Logan wouldn't tell me where he'd been either. Finally, after my incessant begging and cajoling, he admitted that he had left the party for a while to buy some drugs. I tried to explain that any sentence for drug charges would pale in comparison to what was going to happen if he were convicted of murder. His take on it was that he hadn't murdered those girls, so it wouldn't be possible for anyone to prove he did. If only that were true, Addie said, thinking about Zach and Sam. If only is right. Logan finally agreed that I could tell the solicitor what he'd been doing, but he still refused to say who the dealer was. I talked myself blue in the face trying to convince him that wouldn't get us anywhere, but he never gave in. I've always wondered if he was more afraid of the dealer than he was of jail, but who knows? I did go to the solicitor with what Logan would let me say, and tried to bluff my way into making him believe we'd give up the name at trial, but he wasn't buying it. Then how did you get Logan out? That's just it. I didn't. After weeks of beating my head against the wall, I still had nothing. Zilch. In the end, it was pure luck. The sheriff's office received an anonymous hotline tip that Buford Gadsden had been selling dope from a shrimp boat docked at Edisto Island. Even gave a date he'd been selling. There was Buford Gadsden's name again. I think the cops thought the tip was sketchy, but they checked it out anyway. The canines alerted on the pond, but it had been weeks since the date identified in the hotline tip. What was left wasn't enough to warrant a trafficking charge, and nobody really cared. But Logan's big break came when they turned over a cooler lid, and out dropped a leather wristband. A what? A leather wristband. They used to sell them at cheesy kiosks at Myrtle Beach and places like that. They had names tooled into the leather. They were all the rage with some of the kids for a while, especially in the 70s. They had gone out of style by the 80s, but a few still hung around. Anyway, this one fell out of a seat on Buford's boat. And guess what the name was? No way, Addie said. Way. And guess what date the caller gave? The date of the Edisto murders. You got it. Suddenly Logan Bennett had an alibi. Now that's a story. Yeah, my first big win was one I can't take any credit for, Emma joked. I don't suppose you could tell me a bit about your case now, she added. You know better. I know the solicitor hasn't announced whether he'll be asking for the death penalty. Has he given Zach any feel for how he's leaning? Not yet, Addie said. Want my take on that? Emma asked. Couldn't hurt. You've known him a long time. I've spent a lot of time across the courtroom from Jake Barton, and there are a lot of unflattering things I might call him, Emma said. But stupid isn't one of them. He is as smart as they come. He knows this is going to be one of the highlights of his career, and he will not risk losing, even on one point. The death penalty is not as unpopular in this part of the country as it is in others, but there are still plenty of people who balk at making that call. You don't think he's worried about the optics of not going for the death penalty? Looking too soft on crime? No. If he gets a guilty verdict, there might be a few diehards out there thinking he should have asked for the death penalty. But there will be more people who see the decision as smart. On the other hand, if he asks for it and misses, he looks like he failed at something he set out to do. Trust me on this, if nothing else. Jake Barton has aspirations for higher office, probably governor. This case will get the kind of publicity he needs to extend his local name recognition to a bigger playing field. He won't go for the death penalty unless he thinks he has a sure thing. Interesting theory. That's all you have to say? Come on, you know I can't say more. Everything I know that isn't already public information is privileged.
Emma let out a huff.
Could you at least throw me a bone and let me buy you lunch at this cute little place I like on Main Street? I'd love that, Addie said. But how is letting you buy me lunch doing you a favor? Are you kidding? The place will be packed, and some idiot with a phone won't be able to resist taking our photo and posting it on Facebook tonight. By tomorrow, I'll be the most sought-after lunch date in town. Game? Sounds like it's the least I can do.
Emma was right. The lunch place was cute, and Addie had spotted several people clandestinely taking photos. So, this is what celebrity felt like.
Did you grow up here? Addie asked while they waited for the check. No, I was raised on Georgia clay. I went to University of South Carolina for law school and decided I liked it here. I had clerked for the PD and they offered me a job. I took it. Somewhere along the way, this became home. Good for you. Is there a Mr. Emma Hudson? That never happened for me. When I first came here, there weren't many female lawyers, and most people acted like I was some kind of an alien. I thought I'd keep my head down until people got to know me. Then I wanted to put off a relationship until I got my career established. By the time my career was in full swing, I didn't have time for a relationship. Then one day I looked up and all the good ones were committed to someone who wasn't waiting for something else. A decade later, they all divorced, and it dawned on me that I may have been spared more than I missed. And now? No, I'm too set in my ways. I sleep in the middle of the bed. I hate to share the remote. And I don't want to see another human before I've had my first coffee. I think single life suits me.
Addie nodded, but something about Emma's smile seemed sad. Addie couldn't help but wonder if there was something else driving Emma's choices. A bad breakup? Betrayal? Emma handed a credit card to the waitress who brought the check.
Be right back with that, the girl said. What about you? You and Zach headed for the altar? Eventually. For now, we're sort of waiting. Waiting for what? I wish I knew, Addie said, finishing off her Diet Coke. Let's go, Emma said as she signed the credit card receipt. They wandered back down Main Street, moving slowly in the August heat, with Emma pointing out some of her favorite spots. As they turned the corner, they heard shouting and chanting coming from a crowd camped on the courthouse lawn. Want to make a bet on what that's about? Emma asked. I think we both know what that's about, Addie answered. According to the court's roster, Sam's first appearance, roll call, is set for August 21st. That's Monday, Emma said. That's a routine hearing for scheduling, but I guess it's enough to stir things up. Or somebody's trying to stir things up to get a bigger crowd on Monday. Zach filed a motion asking for bail that will be heard at the hearing, too. Addie took in the scene as they drew closer to the demonstration. The rhetoric was the same, but the crowds on both sides seemed to have grown since last time, and the intensity was building. Addie spotted J.B. waving a sign, and she felt sick as she recalled the bricks smashing through their window. Had he been behind that? What more was he capable of? This case of Zach's is getting hotter, Emma said. Tell me about it, Addie said. And it's going to get worse.
Colleton's Tahoe was in the drive when Addie pulled in after leaving Emma's office, and Addie found Zach and Colleton at the table, going over some notes.
Hey,
she said with a smile. Two grim faces stared back at her, but neither man spoke.
Oh,
she said, registering their expressions as the smile faded from her own face.
I take it you've heard about the ruckus outside the courthouse.
We did, Zach said. But
what?
There's been something else, Zach said, and pointed to a Kraft envelope lying on the table. Colleton found it propped on one of the front steps when he came to the door. Addie looked at the envelope. It was blank, without an address or any other marking on the outside.
"What time did you find it there?" she asked Colleton.
"I got here around 10:25.
"Odd. I didn't leave until a few minutes before 10, and it wasn't there then. What's inside?" Addie asked, feeling an uneasiness building in her chest.
Zach held the envelope by its edges and dumped its contents, and Addie gasped as a small noose landed in front of her. The message was clear.
"Did you report this to the city police?"
Her eyes were full of fire now.
"This isn't like the brick. They can lift prints from a paper envelope."
Zach nodded. "I called Officer Mixon and texted him a photo of the envelope and noose. He's going to come by this afternoon and pick it up."
"Well, we know our friend J.B. has been less than a mile from here today. I saw him on the courthouse lawn with the crowd."
"That doesn't prove he did it," Colleton said.
"No, but his prints on that envelope could. And even if there aren't any prints, I know he's behind this, and that brick. Sooner or later, I'm going to catch his ass."
"Be careful what you wish for, Addie," Colleton said. "If you catch him, you might wish you hadn't."
"I can take care of myself," she said.
I know. I'm only reminding you that if this keeps escalating, it raises the stakes."
"And you thought I missed that?"
Colleton threw up his hands in surrender. Zach was trying to play it cool, but the look on his face gave him away. This had him shaken too. Addie scrunched her face in disgust as she looked again at the noose on the table.
"What were you two working on this morning?"
She changed the subject, determined not to let the bastards mess with her mind any more than they already had.
"We've been tossing around the idea of asking for a change in venue," Zach answered. "To where?"
"That's the problem. The alternatives aren't any better. Sam's case has gotten so much publicity, we'd have the same worries about juror bias anywhere else in the state, and we could end up in another conservative county with a history of more convictions. For that matter, we could land in another county in this same circuit, where Barton's name will be as big as it is here, but no one will know Eli or Sam." "Or me," Colleton added. "I don't have the same relationships that could help us in the other counties. I wouldn't have access to as much information about potential jurors, either."
"So, no change in venue?"
Zach and Colleton both shook their heads. Addie looked out the window, sorting through what they had said. "What about you?" Colleton asked. "What kept you busy this morning?"
"I met with Emma Hudson to see if she could shed some light on my cold case." "The Edisto Beach thing? Was she helpful?" Zach asked. "She had plenty to say about Logan Bennett, the kid who was the only suspect. She represented him, and she filled me in on enough to convince me he didn't have anything to do with the murders. She didn't have any information that jumped out at me as a clue about who did, though."
"That must have been a long talk if you left here around 10, and you're just getting back," Zach said.
"Not really. We went to lunch after."
"Sounds like the two of you hit it off."
"We did. She's an interesting person. If nothing else, she's a good source for insight if I do find anything."
Colleton hadn't said anything, but he had stopped what he was doing and was watching Addie intently as he listened to the conversation about the old case. She opened her mouth to ask if he had remembered anything else about the case when they were interrupted by the buzz of Zach's cell phone. "Zach Stander," he said, taking the call.
"Oh, hi, Serena. What can I do for you?"
Addie looked questioningly at Colleton, who mouthed, "Solicitor's office." They both waited while Zach listened to Serena on the other end.
"Thanks for the heads up,"
Zach said, his expression stony.
"Sure, you too."
He ended the call with one hand while he groped for the television remote with the other. "What is it?" Colleton asked.
"Jake Barton is making an announcement about the case," he said, powering up the television and turning to local news.
"Looks like he gave the media more of a heads-up than he gave us," Colleton said as he took in the crowd of media jockeying to get their cameras in the best positions.
"Somehow I don't think whoever organized that protest group was entirely in the dark either," Addie said.
"This guy is pissing me off." Cullen said. "Shh, both of you." Zach's face had gone pale. The cameras turned toward the courthouse entrance and the commotion there as Jake Barton strode through the door with a posse of young assistant solicitors following a few feet behind in a show of force. The banter of the protesters on both sides rose briefly and then died down as Barton stepped up to the outstretched arms holding microphones. "As all of you know," Barton opened, "my office is charged with the prosecution of Samuel Jenkins for the murder of Jesse Gadsden, July 11th, 2017. There is no crime more grave than the crime committed that night. A young woman was robbed of her life in a vicious and brutal attack that was made more horrific by the desecration of the sanctity of a place of worship. Part of my responsibility as solicitor is to make a decision as to whether the state will seek the death penalty." Barton paused for effect. Not that the situation needed any more drama. "There is no decision more difficult for any prosecutor than whether to seek a life for a life, and it cannot be made lightly. But I believe the evidence in this case is compelling and beyond all reasonable doubt. In light of the presence of aggravating circumstances and the heinous nature of this crime, my office will be seeking the death penalty. The brutality of this crime threatens the very fabric of society, and Jesse Gadsden deserves justice. Thank you," he said, giving the camera his practiced, solemn gaze. As Barton turned from the cameras, the cadre of young lawyers behind him parted like the Red Sea to let him pass, and then closed ranks and fell in with him as he withdrew into the courthouse without answering any of the questions reporters were shouting frantically from the lawn. Within seconds, those questions were inaudible as the yells of demonstrators drowned them out. Zach clicked the remote as he collapsed back into the chair, and a heavy silence swallowed the room. "It's no coincidence that he announced before the motion for bail will be heard next week. Putting the death penalty on the table raises the flight risk analysis and the amount of bail set," Cullen said. "You're right," Zach said. "I'd better call Eli before he hears this from someone else. Then I'll go to the jail and talk to Sam." He sounded tired, and Addie wanted to tell him it would all be okay, but she didn't have any idea whether that was true. "Want me along for moral support?" Cullen volunteered. "No, thanks. This is my job." "Okay, then. I'm going to head back home. I'll be back in the morning, and we can pick up where we left off." Zach held the door for him and stood on the porch until Cullen's Tahoe pulled away. Addie watched through the screen door as Zach plugged in the number and waited. "Eli? It's Zach. Listen, there's something we need to talk about." Zach left the porch and walked around the yard as he talked, so Addie didn't hear the conversation. She didn't need to hear. She could tell from the slump of Zach's shoulders that the old man wasn't taking this well. But who would? As she retreated to the silence of the empty room, Addie felt the weight of Emma's words. Barton won't go for the death penalty unless he thinks he has a sure thing. The stakes had definitely been raised. Chapter 24. The morning air was unusually cool for late September, and Addie drove with the windows down and the sunroof open. This was still the tail end of dog days, and by midday it would be sweltering again, so best enjoy it while she could. Sam's second appearance hearing, like an arraignment at which a defendant tells the court whether he wants to plead guilty or be tried by a jury, was about a month away. That played into why Barton had made a show out of his death penalty announcement before the first appearance last month. He had intended to turn up the pressure, and it had worked. The circuit court judge had set bail at $750,000, making a bond out of reach for Eli and Sam. Zach and Colleton had been working non-stop on Sam's case, but despite her constant offers, Both insisted there was nothing Addie could do. If there was a silver lining, it was that Zach had rediscovered his passion for practicing law. She loved seeing him back in his groove. She just wished she could be part of it, and she couldn't help but feel a sting of resentment at being pushed aside after she'd been there for him through all the crap. She was trying to put up a good front, but she knew Zach sensed how she felt, and it was creating tension between them. She and Emma had become casual friends, which led to the occasional lunch or happy hour, but that could take up only so much time. If it hadn't been for the Edisto Beach case, she would have lost her mind. Edisto was where she was headed this morning. According to Facebook, Julie Mathis was living on Edisto Beach. Julie had been the one to go for help when she couldn't find her friends that night. She was in her early 50s now. Even after all those years, the trauma of that night wasn't something she was likely to have forgotten, and Addie was hoping she would be willing to share. She turned right off Highway 17 and drove through Adams Run, barely more than a crossroads, and then across the Daho Bridge to Edisto. From the bridge, the landscape looked much as it had centuries ago. An osprey soared above the river, scouting for prey. It had been years since she'd been to Edisto, and she'd forgotten the lure of its unspoiled beauty and rich layered history. The island's forests had once been hunting or winter planting grounds for the Edisto and Oristo native tribes. Towering live oaks that had provided shade for English colonists and later for American revolutionaries now formed a canopy over the road and shaded historic churches and storied graveyards that had stood witness to slavery, Union troop occupation, and all that came after. At last, she crossed Scott Creek to Edisto Beach. Though the inevitable pockets of gentrification had crept in, much of the beach still boasted the shabby chic of yesteryear. A gentle undercurrent of Gullah Geechee culture flowed through its veins, and the vibe was still undeniably Southern. A little line creased her brow as she wondered how much longer that would last. Julie Mathis worked at Whaley's restaurant. The tone of her cigarette-graveled voice had toggled between leery and curious when Addie called and asked to meet her. Eventually, the curiosity won out. The restaurant started serving lunch at 11:30, but Julie was scheduled to open today, and if Addie could get there by 10, Julie would have a little time to talk before the others arrived. Addie pulled in at 9:48. The sign on the door said closed, but she knocked, as Julie had told her to, and a woman who looked to be in her early 50s quickly came to the door.
"Julie Mathis? I'm Addie Stone." "I figured," the woman said, nodding. "Wait here a second while I get my smokes, and we'll sit outside, if that's okay." "Sure, whatever works best for you."
Julie disappeared into the back, and Addie took a quick look around the place. A sign on the wall read, "Weekend forecast, alcohol, low standards, poor decisions." The place was small and unpretentious, and had that local feel.
"This way."
Julie returned and gestured toward an outside table with an umbrella where they took their seats.
"Thanks for seeing me, Miss Mathis." "Oh, Jesus. Nobody ever calls me that. Just plain Julie is fine." "Thanks. Call me Addie."
Sure thing.
Mind if I smoke?
She asked, holding the lighter in front of the cigarette already between her lips.
Not at all.
Addie knew better than to jump to conclusions about people, but it didn't take a clairvoyant to see that life had not been easy for Julie Mathis. Telltale gray roots edged the home-dyed blonde, and she was quick with a smile, but it came across more as a defense and never quite made it to her eyes. Addie knew from the file that she was 51. That was still a long way from being old, but there's a reason that so many of the workers in food and beverage are very young. Long hours of standing on your feet and carrying heavy trays takes a toll on a body. It was no place for sissies.
So,
Julie blew out a stream of smoke that curled briefly around her face before the breeze carried it away.
Why is the sheriff's office reopening this case now, after almost a lifetime?
It's a long story,
My fiancé, Zach Stander, is defending Sam Jenkins in Walterboro, and
I know who you are.
Julie stopped her.
Small town and all.
She added with a dismissive shrug.
What I want to know is what the Jenkins case has to do with what happened to those two girls all those years ago.
Nothing, Addie said, other than that's what brought me to Walterboro. I needed something useful to do, and since I used to be in law enforcement, I volunteered to help out with cold cases.
And they asked you to work on this one?
No, they let me look through records on old cases, and I asked them to let me reopen this one.
You random picked it out of a box?
Not exactly. There was something about it that tugged at my heart. 2 young girls murdered, and still no answers, 34 years later. I don't know whether I'll be able to find anything new on a case this old, but it seemed to me they deserved another shot at justice.
Justice?
Julie seemed skeptical. I know it won't bring them back, but maybe I could at least bring closure to the families and friends they left behind.
I'm not sure closure is all it's made out to be, but sure. If I can help, I'm happy to. What is it you want to know?
She took another drag off her cigarette. Tara Godfrey and Cindy Crosby rode with you to the beach that night, right?
Yes, and Sonia Beach. Surely you got that from my statements.
I did, and I'm guessing that means you were all friends. But how close were you?
Sonia was my cousin somewhere down the line. I think my mother and her mother were first cousins. Not sure what level that made us. All that second cousin and first cousin once removed stuff always confused me. Anyway, we grew up together and were like sisters back then.
Not anymore?
Not like we were. After that night, Sonia's mom wouldn't let her come over for a while. We had lied about where we were going, like everybody else, and her mom got it in her mind that because I was driving, it was my fault we were there. She and my mom had a big row over it. It blew over after a couple months, but it wasn't the same after. I guess none of us were really the same after.
Her voice trailed off. So what about Tara and Cindy? Were you close with them? Addie prompted.
Tara and I were good friends, but not super close. I think most of us thought of Tara as a friend. She was one of those people who could get along with all kinds. Cindy, well, not to speak ill of the dead, but I didn't care much for her. She and Tara were close, though I never understood why.
Julie took a last drag, stubbed her cigarette out in the gravel, held up her hand in a hang-on gesture, and carried the butt to a long-necked outdoor ashtray. What was the rub with you and Cindy? Addie asked, as Julie slid back onto the blue metal bench seat.
It wasn't that we didn't get along. She was a bit of a drama queen, though I'm not sure we used that term back then. You know the type. Loud, showy, always talking and waving her hands around, life of the party and all that. Everything was over-the-top fantastic or simply too awful to bear. There wasn't a lot of plain old stuff as far as she was concerned. She was fun in small doses, but she needed a lot of attention, and I didn't have the patience for it.
And Tara did?
Tara was patient with all of us. She was the kid that parents and kids liked. She got good grades, but she worked for them. Same with sports. She played them all well, but she was always cheering on the other players. She had a scholarship to the College of Charleston, was excited about living away from home, but still being only an hour away. She wasn't a goody two-shoes, but she had enough common sense to stay out of trouble. Maybe it was because she'd been through so much.
Been through what? This was the first Addie had heard of this.
She was 19, a year older than most of our class. Her mother was dying from cancer when she was supposed to start first grade, and they held her back to be with her mom. She seemed, I don't know, mature for her age. I think that's part of why it was such a shock about her. Most of us could imagine Cindy Crosby making the mistake of pissing off the wrong person, but it seemed impossible that anyone would want to hurt Tara Godfrey.
When did you first notice that Tara wasn't at the party anymore?
That's easy. She came and told me. The party was starting to get pretty wild, and she said she was going for a walk down on the beach to take a breather. Why would she bother to tell you she was taking a walk? I was her ride home. I remember her giving me a friendly hug and saying, "Don't leave before I get back." I promised her I wouldn't. That was the last time I saw her. Was Cindy with her? Not when she came to tell me. I didn't notice Cindy being gone at all, to be honest. What about Logan Bennett? Did you notice him leaving? No. But he was popular, and eventually I heard somebody asking where he was. He came back, though. I remember seeing him later that night. He was helping put the bonfire out.
She laughed and put her hand over her mouth.
What? Before they dumped buckets of water on it, he and some other guys dropped trow and tried dousing it with something else.
She pursed her mouth, trying to suppress another laugh.
Sorry, they were boys being boys. I have 3 brothers, Addie said. Can you tell me anything about Logan and Cindy? They had a thing for a while that year. It ended badly, but everyone saw that coming. I understand she made a big scene when it ended. Cindy's whole life was a big scene. Do you remember the details of the breakup? No, but I heard a rumor she found out he'd been skinny dipping with some girl from the private school. That part was hush-hush, and I never knew the other girl's name.
Now it was Addie's turn to suppress a smile.
How well did you know Logan? I wasn't part of the popular crowd he ran with, if that's what you're asking. We had a few classes together, and I got to know him a little. He was rock star good-looking, and he was the kind of kid who never turned down a dare. But he was also incredibly smart, though he worked hard not to let that show. I think that was part of his cover, a self-defense thing. Why would he need cover? Logan didn't exactly have it easy at home. His father was an alcoholic, and his mother took solace wherever she could find it, if you catch my drift. He was an only child, and I got the impression he had been taking care of himself for a long time. Maybe it was easier to slide by when he played dumb. I'd like to talk to Logan, but I hear he left the area. Who told you that?
Julie sounded puzzled.
Lee Bowen, from the sheriff's office. I assume you know him since he worked the case from the beginning. He says he kept up with Logan for a while but lost track of him. Yeah, I know Lee. He worked the beach back in those days. He wasn't much older than us, so he'd always try to play that angle, act like our buddy to try and keep an eye on what we were up to. We didn't buy that, but he was kind of cute, so we'd play along. At least the girls, anyway.
She cocked her head.
Seems odd Lee couldn't find Logan. Logan is right here and has been for years. As far as I know, it's no secret. Certainly not something the sheriff's office couldn't find out. Here, as in here on Edisto?
Addie's pulse quickened.
No, but close. He's living over near Green Pond. He's still handsome for a man his age, but you wouldn't recognize him otherwise. The daredevil is gone. He seems downright calm. We don't talk often, but we've kept in touch here and there over the years. From what I can tell, he keeps to himself mostly. Not that I blame him. He got a lot of attention after what happened. It followed him around like a bad luck charm. I guess he finally decided to drop out. Could you give me his cell number? Addie asked. I'm not sure. Would you mind if I get in touch with him and give him your number? Then he can call you if he's willing to talk.
Julie's wariness was back.
Sure, that's fine.
Addie tried to hide her disappointment. It was much easier for a witness to put off making a call than it was to say no in person. Both women turned their heads at the crunching of gravel as a beat-up Chevy painted various shades of body shop blue pulled up. Julie raised her hand in a wave.
That's my friend Celia. She's working this shift with me. She's my roommate, too, now that my ex threw me out.
Julie's hand drifted to a small pink scar on her arm, and Addie wondered if the ex did that, too.
Sorry, but I gotta go now and help prep for lunch.
She stood to leave.
You'll let me know if you find out what happened to them?
Her tone was almost childlike in its vulnerability, and Addie wondered how different Julie's life might have been if her friends had returned to the party that night.
I promise. Thanks for seeing me, Addie said.
Julie nodded, but she was already on her way back in, and Addie watched her disappear through the door with her friend. As Addie climbed back in the Jeep, she checked her phone and saw she had missed a call from Emma. She listened to the message.
Hi, want to hit Bud's for happy hour tonight? I can pick you up at your place at 4:30. I made sure it's not karaoke night this time.
Addie laughed out loud. The last time they'd gone to Bud's, they had unwittingly walked into a karaoke classics nightmare that hit a crescendo with three good old boys with mullets and tight jeans doing a rendition of Billy Ray Cyrus's Achy Breaky Heart, complete with the line dance. Addie was hesitant to return the call since she didn't know if Emma might be meeting with clients, so she sent a text.
Sounds good. See you at 4:30. We can go over what I learned from Julie Mathis. Maybe it'll spark something you didn't think of before.
Before she could put the phone down, a text pinged in.
That was quick, she thought.
But it wasn't Emma. It was Lee Bowen. She wondered again why he hadn't told her Logan was local. How did it go with Julie? Addie touched contact to call, and Lee picked up on the first ring. So how did it go? He asked immediately.
Good, I think. I did get one piece of useful information. Turns out Logan Bennett is living in the area. According to Julie, he has been for years.
She waited. Damn. Lee sighed after a long pause. I guess after 34 years, I got a little lax on keeping up with the witnesses. I hate I missed that. He sounded sincere.
Don't be too hard on yourself. That's part of the reason for putting a fresh set of eyes on an old case, Addie said,
recalling his passion for the case when they first met, and feeling a twinge of guilt for embarrassing him now. I guess so, he said, sounding tired. Well, thanks for keeping me in the loop. If you talk to Logan Bennett, will you let me know how that goes?
Of course.
Thanks, he said, ending the call. Addie stared at the screen for a moment, digesting the call. That was a pretty lame explanation. But sometimes things just get missed, like the cops had missed the clean-swept floor in that shed on Cicada Road. Addie sent one last text, letting Zach and Colleton know she had met with Julie and was leaving the beach in case they needed anything. They wouldn't, though, she sighed. Then she tossed the phone on the seat beside her, pointed her Jeep toward Walterboro, and let her mind wander back to her case. Who killed Tara Godfrey and Cindy Crosby on the beach that night? And why? And how did the killer disappear without a trace? Chapter 25. I hadn't expected to run into Tara Godfrey that night. It was years ago, but the image is still so clear in my mind that it might as well have been last week. I was walking on the beach, not headed anywhere in particular, when I noticed the glow of a bonfire off in the distance and heard the faint sound of music playing. A party, maybe? I was too far away to tell. Then I saw her. She was sitting alone on the rocks of one of the beach groins. We'd been spending more time together, and I was smitten. I was a bit older than she was, but it didn't seem to matter to her, and it certainly didn't matter to me, especially since she was headed for college only an hour away and wouldn't be living at home. I was sure she felt the same. All the signs were there. A laugh at a joke that wasn't funny. A brief touch of a hand. Warm gazes. Now, here she was, sitting there against the backdrop of a full moon, with ocean breezes lifting her hair. She smiled as she recognized me and waved me over. I thought it must be fate, and I didn't give myself time to chicken out. I just blurted it all out. It was fate, all right, but not the way I was expecting. How could I have been so stupid? I felt like an absolute fool standing there when she finally stopped me.
The look on her face. Embarrassment, pain, pity. Whatever it wasn't what I'd hoped for. I would have given anything to have the ground open up and swallow me. But it didn't. And I had to stand there, feeling naked to the world. She told me I was important to her as a friend, but she didn't like me that way. Didn't like me that way. Then why had she led me on? I went from hurt to angry in seconds. She was being gracious about it to my face. But what about later? She could tell everyone. And I would be an ugly joke for thinking someone like her could fall for the likes of me. The Main Street gossips would have a feeding frenzy. Tara was prattling on nervously, saying something trite about still being friends. But I was so angry I could barely hear her. I wanted to hit something or throw something. I picked up a rock that had broken free from the groins and smashed it down to the ground. How was I to know she would lean in right at that moment? Who the hell could have predicted that? I remember being surprised that there could be that much blood that fast. It pooled for a moment before it started to seep into the sand, and the moon reflected a deep red. She hadn't seen it coming either. There was still something like a smile frozen on her face. Only now it was grotesque. And her eyes that were so full of life seconds ago looked flat and empty. My breath was coming fast, and my head was reeling so wildly I almost didn't register the scream behind me. Almost. I turned to find Tara's friend, Cindy Crosby, though I didn't know her name at the time. She clutched her hands to her chest as the horror washed over her face. She had seen everything, and clearly didn't think it was an accident. Oh, God. I had to explain before she told anyone. I started toward her, but she turned and ran. Next thing I knew, I was running too. I had to catch her in time. Cindy must have been disoriented by the shock, because she turned and ran the opposite direction from the party. If she hadn't, I doubt I could have caught up with her before she got there. I was surprised at how quick she was, skittling around trees and through brush as though she didn't even feel the scratch of the branches. Fate caught up with her, too, though, and she tripped over something and landed face down at the base of a palmetto tree. As she was scrambling to her feet, I grabbed an ankle and dragged her back down. She was smaller than I was, and once I had her, she never had a chance. I only intended to explain things when I caught her and pinned her to the ground. Tell her it was all an accident. I thought I could make her understand. But she wouldn't listen. She was hitting and kicking and trying to scream. She was so scared, I knew I'd never convince her it wasn't how it looked. Nobody would believe me that it was an accident, especially now that I'd chased her down and she was all scratched up. Some dark thing inside me took over. And next thing I knew, my hands were around her throat. She was gagging and flailing her arms, reaching for something, anything, clawing at the ground and me. It wasn't pretty. Her body convulsed under my weight, and she peed herself before she finally grew still. The dark thing inside me screamed, "Run!" There was no way I could leave along the beach or the road. People would see me. My shirt had ripped on a branch as we struggled, and I was covered in bloody scratches and dirt. Anyone who saw me would know something was up. Once those bodies were found, they would figure out what. That part of the beach edged up against wooded land owned by the Gadsden family, and I instinctively headed for the woods. I ran so far and so hard, I thought my lungs might explode. 30 minutes later, I came across a path leading out to the road. This was far enough out to safely cross the road and go the back way without being seen. I stopped to catch my breath. I couldn't imagine anyone else being out that deep in the woods this time of night, but I crouched in the brush, just in case. Good thing I did. Seconds later, I heard a twig snap and the rustle of dead leaves as a man approached along the path. He was headed for the road, coming from the other way, from the direction of the docks where the Gadstons kept their boats. He walked right by without ever seeing me in those bushes. I got a good look at him, though. It was Buford Gadsden. Chapter 26. Emma dropped Addie off at 6:45 p.m. after happy hour. "Looks like you've got company," Emma said. "Colleton, that's his Tahoe. The Camry is Zach's. Say, as long as you're here, do you have a minute to come in and meet Zach?" "I'd like that," Emma said, killing the engine and opening her door. Zach and Colleton were in their usual spot, buried in work, when Addie and Emma walked in. It was Zach who first raised his head, looking questioningly at Addie. "Zach, before she takes off, I wanted to introduce you to Emma Hudson," Addie said. "Colleton, I think the two of you have already met." "We have, but it has been a long time. Too long," Colleton said. "You look great."
"Liar. But charming as ever, I see. Please, don't get up," she added as they moved to stand. "I can't stay. And you, Zach Stander, hardly need an introduction. I'm sure you realize you're the talk of every gossip pool in town. $10 says none of it's true. If you'd like to let me in on some scoop about your case, I'd be happy to spread it and clear things up," she offered with a conspiratorial wink.
"Great. You can assure everyone my client is innocent."
"Aren't they all?" Emma laughed. "Well, I really do need to go. Just wanted to meet you, Zach."
"Are you sure you can't stay?" Colleton asked. "Addie tells us you've been working with her on the old Edisto Beach case. I'm dying to hear more about it."
"Sorry, not tonight. Besides, I'm sure Addie is filling you in," Emma answered.
"Another time, then," Colleton said, looking disappointed.
"Zach, I'll be watching that case of yours, along with everyone else in town."
She gave a little wave and turned back to the door.
"I'll walk you out," Addie said, holding the screen door and following her onto the porch.
Both women looked up as another vehicle pulled in.
"Well, this is certainly the place to be tonight," Emma said. "That's Eli Jenkins, Sam's grandfather," Addie said.
Eli pulled his truck around the other vehicles in the drive and parked in the grass. He climbed out alone, leaving Buck in the truck.
"Hey, Eli,"
Addie called as he came closer. "Evening, Addie," Eli said, casting a curious glance at Emma.
"This is Emma Hudson," Addie said. "Have you two met?"
"I don't think so."
"I'm quite sure we haven't. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jenkins," she said, taking the hand Eli extended.
"Likewise, ma'am," Eli said, nodding politely.
"See you later," Emma said, turning back to Addie. "Maybe we can catch lunch one day next week." "Sounds good. Shoot me a text and let me know what day works. And thanks for the ride tonight."
Addie waved to Emma as Eli stepped up on the porch beside her. This time of year it was still light at 7 p.m., and they stood for a moment, listening to crickets trilling as the light softened and the air cooled. Addie took Eli's arm and led him toward the door.
"What brings you over this evening?"
"Got something important to tell Zach. Looks like Colleton's here, too?"
"He is."
"That's good. I can tell him both at the same time." Addie's curiosity was raised, but she knew better than to ask. Eli would say what was on his mind when he was ready.
"Look who I found," Addie said as they walked in.
"Eli!" Zach and Colleton greeted him in unison. "Wasn't expecting to see you here. What's up?" Zach asked. Eli didn't waste any time. "I wanted to show you this right away," he said, reaching for his pocket. "Found it in Sam's Bronco and thought it might be important." Eli pulled the object from his pocket and held it out at arm's length, as though it might be something dangerous. The room went as quiet as a tomb.
Did you say you found that in Sam's Bronco? Zach asked when he finally found his voice. Eli nodded.
Who else has access to the vehicle?
Nobody. Eli shook his head. It's been locked in that barn since I picked it up from the sheriff's office and took it home for Sam.
That's not possible, Colleton said. Zach and I combed through it weeks ago. That wasn't there then. And the sheriff's department searched the Bronco while they had it. They would surely have taken that if it had been in the truck then, Zach said. His eyes were still glued to the cell phone in Eli's hand, and his mind flashed back to Sam's fixation on getting his truck to Eli that first day in jail.
I'm not too sure about that, Eli said, his hand still held out. I went out to the barn to charge the battery, since nobody's driving the Bronco right now. I had to climb in to make sure it was cranking, and I got clumsy and dropped the key down beside the seat. When I reached to pick it up, my hand caught on something, so I got out and crouched down on the ground beside the open door to look closer. Someone, Sam, I reckon, had opened up a seam on the side of the seat cover and made a little pouch. The seam was closed back up with Velcro. If you didn't know it was there, you'd never find it. It was a fluke that I stumbled on it. Anyway, when I slid my hand flat and stuck it in the opening, I found this hidden there. Realizing that no one was going to take it from his hand, Eli put the cell phone on the coffee table, where Zach and Colleton were standing.
Does it work?
Zach asked, reaching for the phone and turning it over in his hand. Don't know, Eli said. It's dead as a doornail now, and my charger didn't fit it.
Hang on, Addie said, already heading for the other room. One of the kitchen drawers is full of old chargers. Maybe one of them will work.
A moment later, she was back with a tangle of cords in her hands.
Here, she said, taking the phone from Zach and comparing the port to the chargers in her hand.
The others watched in silence.
We've got a winner, she said finally. Colleton, plug this in that outlet, she said, handing the phone and charger off to him.
He shoved the plug in and watched the screen blink to life. What now? He asked, sounding like he didn't really want to know.
Dial my number, Zach said, pulling out his own phone.
Colleton punched in the numbers, and seconds later, Zach's phone began to ring. Zach tasted bile in the back of his throat, and his head started to spin. He turned the phone, still ringing, so that the others could read the number on the screen.
"Oh, fuck," was all Colleton could get out.
"What?" Eli hadn't quite caught on. "What?" he asked again when no one spoke up.
"That's the number," Addie said,
hating that they had to deal this blow to the old man.
"The burner phone that Jesse had all those calls with. The one we thought would lead to whoever."
Her voice trailed off as she watched Eli's whole body slump under the weight of her words.
"Oh, fuck," Colleton said again.
"Oh, fuck is right," Zach said as he grabbed his keys and headed for the door.
"Colleton, would you mind moving the Tahoe so I can get out? You're parked behind me."
"Where you going?" Eli asked, still not looking up.
"Where the hell do you think I'm going? I'm going to the jail to ask my client why he's been lying his ass off to me since day one. Colleton, the Tahoe. Now."
"Better yet, how about I drive us there?"
Colleton was pulling his keys from his pocket. "Fine, just get your big ass moving."
"I'm coming too." Eli was standing straight again and looked ready to walk through a wall of fire if he had to.
"Eli, we've been through this before, and I don't have time to waste standing here explaining it all again."
"What? That privilege shit? Are you kidding? I found the phone, remember? I already know it's the burner number on Jesse's bills, and I know he kept it hidden."
"Yeah, and that's bad enough. At this point, you can't testify about how it got there or what it means, because you don't know. Let's keep it that way."
"Maybe he has a good explanation." The desperation in Eli's eyes had made its way to his voice now.
"He'd damn well better."
Eli looked ready to make this a bigger fight,
and Addie put a hand lightly on his arm.
Eli, Zach's right. Let him do his job.
But
Wait here with me. If there's something they can tell you, they'll tell you when they get back.
I need to be there for Sam.
What Sam needs is for you to let Zach do his job.
Eli glared at Zach and Colleton.
We're wasting time,
Zach said. Go, he said finally. Colleton was surprisingly fast for a man his size, and he already had the truck in reverse as Zach went to close his door.
Hang on a sec,
Zach said, and leaned out the door as his gut finally made good on its threat. Thanks for the warning, Colleton said, eyeing his floor mats. When he finally stopped heaving, Zach sat back in the seat and closed the door behind him.
Hit it,
he said, wiping his mouth. Here, Colleton said, lifting the console cover and pulling out a pack of gum as he backed out into the street.
Thanks,
Zach said, putting several sticks in his mouth. Sorry, I'm fresh out of beer in here.
No problem. I'm not sure it would stay down right now anyway. But something tells me I'm going to want several by the time this night is over.
Zach and Colleton were already in an interview room when the detention officer brought Sam in. He was limping slightly this time, but Zach was too angry to risk opening his mouth while the officer was present to ask what happened.
Cuffs?
The officer asked.
Off,
Colleton said when Zach didn't answer. With the cuffs still in his hand, the officer motioned toward the buzzer by the door. You two know the drill. Got it, Colleton said, and the officer left, closing the door behind him.
Wasn't expecting to see you two tonight,
Sam said as he joined Colleton at the small table. Wasn't expecting to be here, Colleton said. Zach was still standing and still silent.
You're mighty quiet tonight, Zach.
Yeah, well, I'm busy thinking.
Remember the first day we met, Sam?
Zach's voice was measured for the moment.
What do you think? I've been thrown in jail for a murder I didn't commit. Not the kind of day you forget.
Remember asking me about your Bronco? Asking me to make sure Eli took it? Sam nodded.
Do you remember why you told me you wanted him to have it?
Sam opened his mouth as if to answer, but Zach cut him off.
Because I sure remember that. You told me Eli's old truck was broken down more often than it ran, and you wanted him to be able to use your newer one.
The measured tone of Zach's voice was starting to slip.
The first time I saw that truck of his, I thought that might be right. Funny thing, though. He turned that key and it started right up. That day, and every time I've seen it since. Hell, that old truck runs so good, he hasn't even once used yours. But then, you expected that, I'm thinking. He put your Bronco in the barn for safekeeping. You expected that, too. Didn't you, Sam?
Sam didn't try to answer this time. The puzzled look in his eyes had been replaced by something darker, and he leaned back as though trying to put distance between himself and Zach. There was nowhere for him to go in the tiny room.
But what you didn't take into account, Sam, is how much Elijah, cares about you, worries about you, wants to take care of you. I don't need you to tell me Elijah loves me. Is that so? So tell me then, smartass. This afternoon, after working all day and probably being tired as hell, what do you think Eli did? Sit down and take it easy? No. He was worried your battery might need charging since it's not being used. So he trekked out to the barn to see if it would crank, but the key slipped out of his hand. He slid his hand down the side of the seat, reaching after it. Only it wasn't a key he found, was it? It was a hidden pocket. And what was in it, Sam?
Zach's voice was booming. Sam closed his eyes as though he could wish it all away.
Answer me.
Zach slammed his hand on the table, and Sam jumped as though he'd been hit.
He found a phone,
Sam said, in a voice barely more than a whisper. A phone. How about a burner phone? And guess what else we have now?
Sam was quiet again.
We have Jesse Gadsden's phone records.
Zack paused and watched Sam's eyes as that information sank in.
Yes, exactly,
Zack said, as the panic spread across Sam's face.
We know you were calling Jesse every day, at all hours of the day, from that burner phone. You swore you barely knew her, said you just did her accounting. You lied to me. Over and over from day one. Why?
Zack knocked over the empty chair, and the metal hit the floor with a racket that filled the room. Easy, Colin warned, looking at the door. They aren't supposed to be listening, but if you make enough noise to hear in the hall, they're going to check on us, and they're likely to cut us short for the night if they see the expression that's on your face right now. Zack gave Colin a look that said, "Fuck off," but he took a deep breath and lowered his voice.
Why did you lie to me? I didn't see any other way, Sam started, and then stopped. And what did you think would happen when we got the inventory of Jesse's car?
Colin caught Zack's eyes. Zack was bluffing now, and Colin knew it. Zack gambled that Colin would keep his mouth shut. Zack needed to hear this part from Sam.
Tell me what wasn't there when we got that inventory, Sam. There were no business records for me to pick up, Sam said. There never were. I made that up to explain why I was there. Only, I guess I wasn't thinking clearly after finding her that way. And it didn't occur to me until later that you'd find out there weren't any. I still thought it could work, though. I knew I didn't kill her, so I thought if I kept my mouth shut for a while, they'd find whoever did this, and no one would ever know about... Never know about what? Damn it. Say it. I thought no one would ever have to know we were lovers,
Sam said. He was crying now.
Did anyone know other than the two of you? Not that I know of. Jessie said it had to be that way for now. She wasn't sure how her father would handle the race thing. But she knew for sure that some of his buddies, that JB guy in particular, would raise a ruckus. The little house she lived in is one her daddy owns, back on some of their property, and she didn't want to rock the boat. We were never together in public. She bought the burner phone, used cash to buy it, and those cash-paid credit cards you buy at gas stations to add minutes. She said it couldn't be traced. And what were you planning to do if things got more serious? We weren't thinking that far ahead. We weren't thinking at all. I saw her at a Walterboro Rice Festival concert and recognized her. We'd only met once at the office. She had the kind of looks you didn't forget. I said hello, and we started talking, mostly about work at first. We were both ambitious. By the end of the concert, we had a connection, and I ended up at her place. I figured it would be a one-time thing, but then she called me later that week. From there, it just happened. I was crazy about her, and she said it was mutual.
Zack leaned over to pull the chair back to its feet, pushed it nearer to the table, and sat down heavily. He ran his hands through his hair, his mind racing. Suddenly Barton had a potential motive, the kind of motive that would resonate with a jury.
Doesn't it help us that I loved her? Sam asked. I could never hurt her.
Surely you can't be that naive.
Haven't you ever noticed how frequently it's the spouse or the lover? But I called for help. Barton will say it was remorse for what you'd done. Can they force me to tell them about our relationship? No. But were you not listening when we told you they'd search your apartment? All it takes is a single hair on a pillow, a used washcloth, fibers from her clothes. Jessie was never in my apartment. Never once. Maybe not, but you were at her place, Zach said. Well, yes. That's where we always went. Would they search that too? What do you think? Hell yes, they searched it. And from the sound of it, your DNA was all over the place. When was the last time you were there? I stayed over the night before she died. I left early to go to work. Did you have sex that night? It's kind of a personal question. No fucking kidding. Get used to them. There will be a lot more if you testify at trial. When was the last time you had sexual intercourse with Jessie Gadsden? That next morning before I went to work, around 6:30. The day she was murdered. Did you use a condom? Why the hell would that matter? Why do you think? I'm asking about DNA evidence. Oh. Sam's face finally registered understanding. No, she was on the pill. Zach looked at Colleton as both their faces fell. Barton probably knows about the sex from forensics, Zach said. He felt his stomach turn over again. Colleton nodded, and Zach knew they were thinking the same thing. Barton made his death penalty announcement because he already had this bombshell, and he saw it as a sure thing. What? Sam was in full panic mode now. Mind if I take a shot at this? Colleton asked. Please, work some magic. There are pieces that don't fit here, Sam, Colleton said. You had the burner phone. Why did she call you on your work phone at 8:38 that night? Why wouldn't she have called the burner? And since you did talk to her on the work phone, why did you call her back later on the burner? Sam sighed. It's complicated. She did call the burner first, but I never took that phone in the office. I was afraid I'd get the phones mixed up or leave the burner lying around. She knew that. When I didn't answer the burner, she figured I was in the office, and she called my work phone. Like I told you earlier, I told her I had to get something filed, and then I'd come out there. The call I made later from my burner to her was when I was in the car, to let her know I was on my way. She didn't answer. Now we know why. Colleton shook his head. But why did she want you to come to the church? You said you were never together in public places. Why not meet her at home? She didn't want to wait that long. She was, well, spooked, I guess you'd say. Spooked? By what? Being in that old church at night? God knows she loved that place. It would never frighten her to be there. Then why was she frightened that night? That's another piece I can't make fit, Colleton said. I don't know all the details, but I know it had something to do with a project she'd been working on. A project? Something for work? Not exactly. Sam's tone was evasive again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is there something else you're hiding? So help me, if I catch you lying to me again, you can find yourself another lawyer. I'm not going into a murder trial blind with a solicitor who's locked and loaded, especially when it's my own client keeping me blindfolded. Zach was getting close to his breaking point. Sam looked like a deer caught in headlights. You'd really cut out on me? Start talking or I'm done. Sam wiped his face and looked up at the ceiling, as if he were arranging notes in his head. It would help if you knew Jessie, he said. She could be sweet when she wanted to, but she was also fierce. And once she set her sights on something, she was hell-bent on getting it. She had a bunch of brothers, and she was determined to keep up with everything they did, maybe even do it better. Zach nodded. This sounded a lot like Pastor Ben's description. Her family owns hundreds, maybe even thousands of acres of land and a hunting lodge. They had a big hunt at the end of the year, before the end of deer season. They stayed out there for a week, hunted all day and drank around the campfire all night, it sounds like. Anyway, one night Jessie was asleep, or at least she let them think she was. And JB started talking about something that happened a long time ago, some kind of mystery or a secret or something. They must have suspected she was awake, so they shut up, but she'd heard enough. She got it in her head that she was going to solve the mystery. She wouldn't tell me any details, said it was better if I didn't know. Jessie had a flair for drama, and that's all I thought her secrecy was. I wish now I had pressed harder. All she would tell me was that they'd mentioned somebody they suspected knew the answer or secret, or whatever the hell it was. From what she said, she was spying on that person. Spying? Colin asked. Like how? Like maybe she pretended to be a friend to get them to talk to her about things. I'm not sure, but she must not have been careful enough. Because that night when she called me to come to the church, she was convinced she'd been caught, and she sounded scared, real scared. Wait. Zach sat up as a surge of energy set his cells on fire. Are you telling us she was scared someone would harm her? As in, physical harm? She made it sound like that, Sam said. But like I told you, she had a flair for drama, and I didn't realize how serious she was. I would have gone sooner. Jessie thought someone meant her harm, and a few hours later she was lying dead in the church? Sam, this is huge. Who was she afraid of? Didn't she tell you anything that might give us a clue? Don't you think I've been racking my brain for that every day since then? Shit, Zach. I'm going to trial for a murder I didn't commit. If I knew who did, I'd be shouting it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know. Sam had started to cry again. I know I shouldn't have kept all this from you. Lied to me, Zach corrected him. You're right. I lied to you. And I know it must be hard to trust me now, but I swear I'm not lying now. He put his head in his hands. Let's focus on what we do know. Colleton was trying to salvage the situation. Focus on what? Sam looked up. Maybe we could figure out who she was spying on if we knew something about the secret. Did she say anything about that? Only that it was old, from a long time ago. Do you know what the secret was about? Sam put his palms on the table and leaned forward. Her father, he said. Chapter 27. It was almost 9 p.m. when Zach and Colleton pulled the Tahoe back in the drive. Eli's truck was still in the yard. Thought about what you're going to tell him? Colleton asked, nodding toward the truck. I don't think I can tell Eli about the affair. I doubt the solicitor would call Eli as a witness, but I can't risk him taking the stand with that knowledge. I can tell him that Sam gave us some information we think might lead us to someone who had a reason to harm her. Zach shrugged. Maybe that will at least give Eli something to hope for. I think that's the best I can do right now. Want me to come along? He may not take this well. Thunder rumbled faintly in the distance. Zach shook his head. Thanks, but I signed on for this. You head on out before that storm gets here. Zach opened the door to exit the truck. Careful where you step, Colleton said with a chuckle. Thanks. I'll get the hose and clean that up in the morning. At some point since they'd left earlier, Buck had been let out of the truck and was lying on the porch. Zach heard the jingle of his tags as the old dog stood and shook himself. Hey there, fella, Zach said, holding out a hand. Buck gave him a gentle nudge with a cold nose, then settled back on the floor. Eli and Addie were on the couch, talking when Zach walked in. The television was on, with the sound turned down. Addie's eyes flew immediately to Zach's.
and he could tell she already knew the news wasn't good.
Shit. You look like you could use one of these, Addie said, holding up the beer in her hand.
He looks like I might need one too, Eli said.
Zack didn't answer, just sat down across from Eli as Addie got up to go to the kitchen on a beer run. Eli slid to the edge of his seat.
Tell me Sam has an explanation that makes all of this go away, he said, his voice pleading.
Zack shook his head. It isn't good.
But you aren't allowed to tell me, Eli said,
putting it out there so Zack didn't have to.
Something like that,
Zack said, reaching to take the beer Addie was holding out. She folded herself up on the corner of the couch and handed the other beer to Eli, who wasted no time turning it up.
I'm sorry, Eli. I know this is frustrating for you.
Zack was expecting a fight, but that wasn't what he got.
It's okay, Zack.
Eli was trying to comfort him, and Zack hated that he couldn't do the same.
I'm old, Eli went on, but not so old I can't remember the only reason a man Sam's age would be calling a woman all hours of the day and night. And I'm not colorblind either. I understand why they kept it quiet, especially in this small town. Those business records Sam said he drove to the church to fetch, that always sounded like bullshit to me. I'm guessing he's finally admitted there were never any records.
He has, Zack said. The solicitor already knew what was and was not in Jesse's car. No privileged information there.
I expect you're pissed off at Sam right about now, Eli said, draining the rest of his beer. And I can't say as I blame you for that. Sam was dead wrong to lie to you, but that doesn't mean he murdered that girl.
Eli put the empty bottle on the coffee table and looked up at Zack.
You can be as mad as you like. He deserves it. But promise me, you'll stick with my Sam, and you won't give up on this trial.
Eli locked eyes with Zack and didn't look away.
I won't lie to you, Eli,
Zack said, holding the old man's gaze.
I've given some serious thought tonight about whether I'm still the right person to take this to a jury.
You can't mean that, Zack. Sam needs you. I don't know much about your life, but I'm betting you had a mother and a father who believed in you and encouraged you, gave you a good word when you needed it, and a strong one when you needed that, too.
Zack felt a sting. The old man had no idea how much Zack and Sam had in common.
You probably had others supporting you, too. Maybe a sibling or an aunt. Somebody who believed in you. But Sam never had any family but me. He never knew his mama or his father. Hell, I barely remember his mama, and I don't have a clue in the world who his father might be. Maybe she didn't either. I remember my old man, though, and he was as useless and hateful as an old mule with a bad leg. It wasn't bad enough that he never did anything good for me. No, he had to make a special effort to make things worse. Beat the crap out of me every time he took a notion. Seemed notions came to him right regularly. Sam's mama didn't even say goodbye. I came home and found him on my living room floor in a cardboard box with a blanket, like an unwanted puppy. Left a note saying she was gone, but not a word about where to. I promised him, and myself, it would be different for him. Promised even if he never had another soul in the world, he'd always have me. And I've kept my word. Eli stood up in front of Zack, and Zack stood to match his gaze as Eli finished pleading his case. I made sure Sam knew right from wrong, but I never raised a hand to him. Didn't want him to grow up thinking it was okay to hit someone you're supposed to protect. For the same reasons I never raised a hand to him, I can't close my heart to him now. I know he did wrong to lie to you, But I also know he felt like he had reason. Most important, I know in my bones he didn't kill that girl. Please, Zach. I can't help him alone this time. You may be our last chance.
Eli's eyes were dry, but the tremor in his voice gave away his pain. From the corner of his eye, Zach could see tears slipping down Addie's face, and he knew better than to look at her if he was going to have any chance of holding himself together. Eli, I'm not sure what I think about Sam right now, but I'm sure about you. Zach swallowed hard. I trust your moral compass more than I do my own where Sam is concerned. You believe in Sam's innocence, and I believe in you. That's all I need to know. I can't make any promises about how the trial will go, and you need to understand things could go very badly. But I promise I'll be there for whatever comes. And if the verdict isn't the right one, I'll be there for the appeal and any appeals that come after. I'll stick with you until you tell me it's time not to.
I believe in you, too, was all Eli said before he turned and headed for the door.
Zach watched through the screen door as Eli and Buck made their way to the old truck. Buck usually bounced ahead once he saw Eli was going to the truck, but tonight was different. Tonight, Buck hung back and walked slowly at Eli's feet, as if he knew Eli needed him there. Reaching the truck, Eli opened the door and waited while Buck jumped up onto the seat. Then he raised one arm to Zach and climbed in. Once again, the old truck started the first time, and Zach closed the door.
You must be starving. I know I am. How about I make us a sandwich?
Addie's eyes were pink, but she had wiped her face dry and was making a brave attempt at a cheery smile. Only if it comes with another beer, he said.
That works. Come out to the kitchen with me.
How about I meet you in there in a minute? I seriously need to brush my teeth right now. Addie cocked her head. Don't ask, he said, and be careful going out to the car in the morning. A few minutes later, he went to the kitchen to find Addie at the counter putting dinner together. Sit, she said, pointing toward the table where she already had a beer waiting for him. I've got this. Roast beef or turkey? Roast beef. Cheddar or provolone? Cheddar, he said, taking a long pull from his beer. You didn't say as much, but I'm guessing Eli was right about the reason Sam had all those calls with Jesse. He was, and he was right about the reason they kept it hidden. According to Sam, the burner was Jesse's idea, and she bought it with cash. Do you think Barton knows? Barton may not know about the affair, but he knows enough. That probably prompted his dog and pony show at the courthouse. Sam said he had stayed over the night before the murder. They had sex the next morning. So Sam's DNA would be on the body, and Barton could have had enough time to get those results back by the date of the announcement.
Well, shit,
Addie said. Shit is right. Addie glanced out the window as a trace of lightning flashed briefly on the horizon.
That storm's getting closer,
she said as she carried sandwiches to the table and sat down in front of Zach. I assume Sam finally admitted he wasn't at the church to pick up business records. There might have been some bluffing to get that out of him, but yes, he finally came clean on that too. Zach took a bite of his sandwich.
Then why? Why did he go to the church that night?
She asked. Zach filled her in on Sam's story about Jessie spying on someone she'd befriended, trying to solve a mystery about her father, and about Jessie being frightened when she asked him to come to the church.
That's quite a story,
Addie said when he'd finished.
The connection between a secret about her father and her dying words to Sam is intriguing. Do you think there's any admissible evidence, or is it all hearsay?
Well, if we put Sam on the stand, I think he could testify about her last words to him.
And the rest of it? She asked.
The call that night saying she was frightened and asking him to come might qualify as an excited utterance, or a statement of her emotional condition, maybe even a present sense impression. But none of that can happen if we don't put Sam on the stand. You don't sound convinced that's the way to go. Let's say my experience with Sam thus far is leading me to question whether he's telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth. If the jury doesn't believe him, it will backfire. The part that sets my alarms off is the scheme that starts it all. I mean, she hears something about an old secret and thinks she can trick someone into revealing what it is. That all sounds sketchy to me, Addie said. You're right. We need a lot more detail.
Any idea how to get it?
Not yet. And honestly, I'm too tired to think any more about it tonight. I'm ready to call it a day.
Okay, babe. Go get your shower. I'll put everything away in here and be in shortly.
20 minutes later, Zach was easing into bed to the sound of the shower in the next room and the pounding of rain on the roof. The slow-moving storm that had been creeping up all evening was finally here.
Shit, that was close.
The water shut off abruptly as lightning flashed and thunder rattled the windows.
Honey, I think I left my laptop on. Could you power it down and unplug it before this storm knocks it out? It's there on the desk.
Got it, he answered, hoisting himself up and leaning over the desk. An email flashed on the screen as he reached for it. Hey, you got a reminder for an appointment with Dr. Burgess, he said.
Thanks,
she said, a little too lightly as she came into the room. Isn't that your OBGYN?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't make eye contact. Everything okay?
Sure, just a checkup.
This isn't the time of year you usually do that. You sure you're okay?
I'm fine. I want to talk with her about vaccines and vitamins and birth control. Things to think about before you think about getting, you know.
She still hadn't looked up. Getting pregnant. Damn it, Addie, are you really bringing this up now? While I'm up to my ass in a high-profile murder case, with a client who seems to be working against me, and the whole world watching to see if I go down for the count? My checkbook's a joke, my practice is in shambles, and you thought this would be a good time to consider getting pregnant.
If not now, when? There's always been some reason, and then another.
She finally turned to face him.
I've been straight with you from the start that I want a family. You said you did too. Zach, I'm 33. If we started trying right now, there's no way to know how long it might take. It doesn't always happen the first time, despite that crap they told us in high school. You know I love you, but...
She was crying now. What I know is I feel like I've been hit by a train twice tonight. What I know is I've had all I can take right now, and what I know is I'm going to sleep on the couch. He grabbed his pillow and turned for the door. And, he said, spinning around and yanking the quilt from the bed, I'm taking this with me. The slam of the door shook the room. Chapter 28. Eli poured another 2 fingers of Jack Daniels and put the bottle back on the floor. Thunder rolled outside, and Buck raised his head, eyes pinned to the south wall. Probably just the storm, but Eli wasn't one to ignore Buck's instincts. He turned off the lamp and eased to the south window, pulling back the edge of the curtain. Buck followed, his hackles up. The porch light didn't reach very far in this direction, but a flash of lightning lit the sky like noon, giving a clear view. Not a thing out there, Buck, Eli said. But he took the rifle, another trusted friend, from the rack and put it by the door, just in case. Eli returned to his chair but left the lamp off. Tennessee whiskey tasted the same in the dark. Besides, he liked the way the lightning lit up the room. Buck abandoned his vigil at the south wall
and curled at Eli's feet. Eli's thoughts raced. It wasn't that Sam had a girlfriend Eli didn't know about. Hell, most kids kept stuff like that to themselves. But in a million years, he never would have guessed his grandson was having a go with Buford Gadsden's daughter. Eli and Buford had crossed paths a few times, but they were from different worlds, and in those days, there had been no way to step from his world into that white one. Given how things had turned out for Sam and Jesse, maybe there still wasn't. Eli had known when he discovered the hidden phone that it wasn't good, but it never entered his mind that it was the thing that would link Sam to Jesse. Certainly not that it was the burner they'd been talking about. What would he have done if he had realized what he'd found? Taken it to Zach anyway? Or destroyed it, and never told another soul? He was thinking it would have been the latter. No man liked to think he would deliberately do something wrong. But what was wrong? And what was right? It sure as hell wasn't right for Sam to lose his life for something Eli knew he couldn't have done, or that Sam's trial would be tainted by the color of his skin and the color of the victims. Buck roused again, only this time his focus was to the east, at the front door. A low rattle filled his throat. Not quite a growl, but something had his attention. Eli put his glass down and moved toward the door, reaching for the rifle. There was a narrow opening between the curtains over the glass pane in the door, and he peered out. The reach of the porch light was farther in this direction, and Eli chuckled when he spotted the patch of gray and brown fur that had Buck all bowed up. The storm had sent a raccoon scuttling for shelter, and Buck clearly did not cotton to this critter on his turf. The dog whined and put a paw to the door, his signal for out. Eli put the rifle back by the door and knelt to rub Buck's wiry fur. The dog was all muscle and wriggling with excitement. "Buck, you got no business out in that storm, and that old coon will give you more than a fair fight. You'd best stay inside with me." Buck disagreed. He put his paw back on the door and barked, his signal for out now. Eli took both hands and ruffled Buck's fur and laughed as the dog huffed, shook him off, and pressed his paw back to the door. "All right, buddy, I'm going to give you what you're asking for. But if you chase that blasted thing so far out in the woods that you don't get back till after I'm gone to bed, your crazy ass is out for the night. You understand?" Eli could have sworn the dog grinned. He patted him on the rump one last time and opened the door, and Buck shot out like a bullet. Eli watched, chuckling, as the raccoon disappeared into the woods, with Buck hot on his heels. Damn fool dog. God, I wish I had half his energy, Eli thought as he settled back into his chair and reached for his glass. His thoughts went back to Sam and Jesse, and what this might mean for Sam's trial. A new question came to him. Did Buford know? Could he have known earlier? His next thought made his blood run cold. Did J.B. know? Could he have something to do with what happened to Jesse? Eli had long suspected J.B. was capable of that kind of violence. What if... Lightning cracked so loud that Eli jumped, and the last of his whiskey spilled across his lap as the glass fell to the floor. That wasn't just close. It hit something. Eli hurried to the window. Sure enough, the lightning had struck a small tool shed and started a fire. With everything so wet, he wasn't worried about the house, but the truck was parked between the shed and the edge of the woods. He grabbed for his keys to move it away from the fire. It wasn't until he was down the steps and running in the direction of the truck that it hit him. The flames weren't coming from the roof of the shed where the lightning would have hit. They were down around the ground, and running along a line like they were fueled by a streak of something flammable, sprayed along the edge of the shed. This fire was man-made, and no accident. As that thought hit him, he heard the distant slam of a truck door, and then another, and like Buck's, Eli's own instincts kicked in. He ran back for the rifle and pulled it to his shoulder. Seconds later, he saw taillights and heard gravel scattering. Eli's sniper skills were rusty, but still there. One of the taillights shattered. Then they were out of range. "Oh, no, you don't, you fucking cowards. You ain't getting off that easy." He ran for the truck. He would chase those bastards down and put an end to this shit now. He hadn't run more than a few yards before his foot snagged on something that sent him sprawling face first to the ground. The impact sent a sharp pain through his hip, snatching his breath away, and he lay motionless for a moment, waiting for the pain to ease. Slowly, he regained his senses, and a few cautious attempts confirmed he could move his leg. The hip wasn't broken. The ground was soaked, and mud had caked the side of his face and his clothes. Moving gingerly, Eli raised himself up onto all fours. Damn if his fall hadn't given those fuckers time to get away. He'd never catch them now. No sense trying. The rain was pelting down harder, and he couldn't see more than a few feet. What the hell had he tripped over anyway? He turned and groped his way through the muck. At first, he could only feel mud and wet. Then his hand brushed against the unmistakable wiry hair, still warm. Eli heard a low keening, but it didn't quite register with him that it was coming from him. He crept closer and gently lifted Buck's limp body into his lap. A hole was torn through his old friend's chest. "No. No. No, 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 please God, no," he begged. "Don't let it be." But it was. Lightning hadn't hit the shed, and it wasn't a crack of lightning he'd heard at all. It had been the crack of a rifle. Buck must have circled back from the woods when he'd heard the intruders come into the yard. With the heart of a warrior, Buck was hardwired to protect what he loved, and that had cost Eli's faithful friend his life. The old man lifted his face to the sky as the rain punished the ground, and his howl rivaled the thunder that followed. Zach was dead to the world when the phone rang, and he struggled to make sense of where he was as he sat up against the coarse material of the couch. Oh, right. He groped for the phone. Colleton. What the hell did he want this time of night? "Colleton, you all right?" "Yeah, but I'm worried about Eli." "He took the news better than I'd expected," Zach said, thinking Colleton was talking about Sam. "No, I mean this storm. It's pretty bad out here." "Yeah, it had a punch to it when it rolled through town, too, but Eli's weathered worse storms, and lightning must have hit something over on his farm," Colleton interrupted. "I can see the glow over the back tree line. It doesn't look big enough to be the house, but it's big enough to have me worried, and he's not answering his phone. I've called and called, but it just rings. I'm getting dressed to drive over there, but it's not possible to drive through the woods. I'll have to drive the long way around, and it will take me a while. You could get there faster from where you are. Would you mind meeting me over there?" "On my way," Zach said, already up. "Do you think I should call the fire department?" "Already called," Colleton said. "Just get over there. Call my cell as soon as you get there and let me know what's going on, okay?" "Got it," Zach said, ending the call. He had left his clothes hanging on the back of the desk chair in the bedroom, so he opened the door quietly and grabbed them. If Addie was awake, she didn't say anything, and that suited him fine right now. He went back to the living room, dressed, and was in the car seconds later. By the time Zach turned down the long dirt drive to the farmhouse, the rain had doused the fire, though smoke still hung in the air. Pulling around the house, he could see it had been a shed that burned. The house looked fine. He dialed Colleton's number. "Hey," Colleton answered. "I'm still a few minutes away. What's on fire?" "Nothing anymore," Zach told him. "It looks like lightning hit a shed. The rain put it out, though. You can tell the fire department to call their truck back." "Okay. Where's Eli? Why didn't he answer the phone?" "Not sure yet. The house is dark, so maybe he's sleeping. The drive is a muddy nightmare, so I'm still making my way up there. I'll bang on the door and wake him up. Thanks, I'll be there shortly. Colleton hung up. Zack turned the car so the headlights would light a path to the house. It was only then that he saw the lone figure on the porch. Eli? Eli! Zack was out of the car and running. Eli was sitting motionless at the top of the steps with something dark cradled in his arms. He didn't answer or even turn his head. Zack stopped in his tracks at the bottom step, finally able to make out what Eli held. Eli? Zack kept his voice soft and low. Eli. Did Buck get hurt in the fire? Eli shook his head. Did he get hit by the lightning? Wasn't no lightning, Eli said simply. Wasn't no lightning that started that fire. And wasn't no lightning killed Buck, neither. Eli sounded like he was about to break. Can you tell me what happened? What does it look like happened? Those hateful, soulless fuckers shot my dog. They snuck in the yard like cowards in the dark and set fire to my shed, and they shot my dog. Did you see who it was? No. By the time I got out here, they'd run back up to the road where they left the truck. Did you get a good look at the truck? No, but it was a dark color, and now it's missing a taillight. You shot out a taillight from way back here? Zack asked, looking back toward the road. Eli wasn't answering. He was bent over Buck, and it wasn't until Zack saw the convulsing of his shoulders that he realized Eli was sobbing. Eli, I don't know who did this, but I aim to find out. And when I do, I promise I'll make them pay. Eli's sobs had stopped, and he looked up with a quiet rage. If you plan to settle this score your way, Zack Stander, you'd better find them before I do. Chapter 29. Zack was gone the next morning when Addie woke up. He hadn't spoken to her since last night, but she'd heard him on the phone earlier about what had happened at Eli's last night, and it made her sick inside. The police hadn't found any prints on the envelope with the noose, but she still suspected J.B. and wondered if he'd been the culprit last night as well. She'd also heard Zack say something about working at Colleton's place today. She suspected that part was a last-minute plan so Zack could avoid her after last night's fight. She padded to the bathroom and grimaced at the puffy pink eyes that stared back from the mirror. She ran cold water over a washcloth and pressed it to her face, and stood there a moment, relishing the cool of the water. Her phone rang. Zack? She lowered the cloth to look at the screen. It wasn't a number she recognized, and she started to let it go to voicemail. What the hell? She thought. Any voice would be welcome right about now. Miss Stone? Yes? She didn't recognize the voice. I got your number from Julie Mathis. She said you wanted to talk to me about the Edisto murders. Logan? Logan Bennett? She couldn't believe her luck. That's me. What is it you wanted to know? He asked. Addie didn't want to have this conversation over the phone. She wanted to see his face and body language. Could we meet somewhere? Maybe for coffee? I'm not too keen on coming into town when I don't have to. His voice trailed off. I could come to you in Green Pond, she suggested. What's your address? I'd rather you not come to my place. Nothing personal. Do you know where the old Sheldon Church is? In Yemassee? The old Greek Revival ruins? Sure. Do you want to meet there? Say in an hour and a half? Yeah, that works. See you then. Okay, bye, she said, but he was already gone. She leaned in and started the shower. She wanted to get there early. The last thing she wanted was for him to be waiting around and get cold feet. Sheldon Church was burned by British troops in 1779, rebuilt, and burned again by Sherman's 15th Corps in 1865. Now, only its exterior red brick walls and perimeter of towering columns remained, surrounded by ancient grave markers and live oaks. Despite its tragic history, on a sunny morning the picturesque ruins evoked a calm that bordered on hypnotic. Arriving 15 minutes early, Addie was surprised to find Logan already there. He had parked his truck and was sitting on the lowered tailgate, looking very much at ease in the middle of nowhere. Julie had apparently been right about his preference for staying away from crowds. As Addie walked toward him and got a closer look at his face, she realized Julie had been right about that, too. There was no doubting he would have been a heartthrob as a teenager.
Logan Bennett, I presume, Addie said. Come on, I couldn't have been that hard to find.
He smiled.
You do seem to have been off the grid for a while.
I didn't have much choice.
You're interested in this case after more than 30 years. Imagine what it was like back then.
He shook his head as he searched for words.
People were angry about what happened and scared it might happen again. They wanted answers, and they wanted to feel safe. And maybe more than anything, they were desperate for someone to blame. Anyone. And there I was. The mere fact that I happened to leave the party during the time period they were killed was enough to land me in jail for 2 murders I didn't have anything to do with. You didn't exactly help yourself by refusing to say where you were, Addie said. Maybe not. But even after they found proof of my alibi, there were people who refused to believe it. They convinced themselves I somehow killed those girls and hoodwinked everyone into believing I was somewhere else. I got a lot of hate mail, and then the threats started coming a little closer than my mailbox, if you know what I mean.
I do, Addie said, thinking about the brick through the window and the noose left on their doorsteps.
I was scared for myself, and worse, for any friends I might still have. So I dropped out of sight for a while. I hadn't planned on it being permanent, but eventually, I came to realize I liked the peace and quiet. I guess you could say it works for me.
Something was sure working for him, Addie thought, as an image of Julie Mathis flickered in her mind. The man with her this morning looked comfortable in his own skin, and seemed to have made peace with what happened far better than poor Julie had.
Julie told me about her talk with you, and that you have all the sheriff's office files. I'm not sure what I would have to add to that, he said. What is it you wanted to ask? I know your alibi was being on a shrimp boat with Buford Gadsden on another part of the island that night, but that information only came out because someone else called in an anonymous tip. According to Emma, you wouldn't say anything at the time, other than you were buying drugs. Let's start with why you were so reluctant to tell the details. I didn't want to get anyone else in trouble. Some kind of honor among thieves? I had a damn good reason to tell on myself. That didn't mean I should rat out the others. Surely you weren't going to take the rap for 2 murders just to protect someone who was selling drugs. I seriously doubt that, but I guess we'll never know for sure, he said. At the time, I was convinced that whoever killed them would mess up and get caught, and I'd be out without having to involve anyone else. It didn't happen the way I imagined it would, but at least the truth came out on its own. Emma told me the basics of your alibi, what was in the news, but anything else she might have known would be privileged. She can't tell me, but you can. Now that all these years have passed, can you tell me the details? You talked to Emma? His face lit up. I haven't talked to her in years, decades. How is she? She's good. Retired from the PD's office and has a small private practice. Good for her, he said. She was good to me, and she believed my story was true when no one else did. He had deflected her question. May I? Addie asked, patting the tailgate with her hand. Sure, he said, sliding to one end and leaving her the other. So, about my question.
Which question?
The one about your alibi.
Can you walk me through where you were and what you did during the time you were missing from the party?
How is that going to help find who killed Tara and Cindy?
Maybe it won't, she admitted. But the more pieces of the puzzle I have, the better my chances of spotting something they might have missed years ago, especially if it's a detail you hadn't told anyone at the time. Logan studied her intently before he answered.
What is it you want to know?
I already know other witnesses noticed you were gone at around 10 o'clock.
That sounds about right.
Let's start there. Where did you go when you left the party?
I drove my car to another part of the island.
I parked and walked down to where I knew a shrimp boat would be.
Why did you drive?
Was it too far to walk?
I could have gone on foot, but it would have taken at least 30 minutes one way, and that would probably have been running pretty hard. I wanted to get back to the party with my friends, so I drove.
Did you tell anyone where you were going?
No, Miss Stone.
He didn't even attempt to hide his amusement.
I had the presence of mind not to make an announcement that I was going to buy an illegal substance.
So you drove to where you knew the boat would be. She ignored the jab. How long was the drive?
The distance was farther by road than straight through the woods, but it didn't take more than 15 minutes, and it wasn't possible to drive right up to the boat. I had to park near the road and walk down a path.
How far of a walk? How long did that take you?
Not far. Maybe 5 minutes, more or less.
Did anyone else see you there?
Obviously, whoever I bought the pot from saw me. I don't think anyone else did, but I guess I can't be sure.
That was Buford Gadsden?
I never revealed that, but yes, he eventually admitted to it.
And how long were you with him?
I guess 15 minutes. Then I paid for my stuff, went back to the party, and had a good time. I didn't know about Tara and Cindy until the next morning. I think you know the rest.
Addie did the math as she listened. His timeline matched closely with the hour witnesses estimated he was gone. Emma told me about the sheriff's deputies getting an anonymous tip about Buford, and then finding your leather wristband on his boat. Any idea who called in that tip?
It sure as hell couldn't have been me. I was in jail, and all my calls were recorded.
But the leather band with your name on it. How would the caller have known about that?
I never heard anything to suggest they did. I think that was just the one time in my life when Lady Luck didn't fuck me over.
You really think luck explains it?
If you can believe that I had the incredibly bad luck to leave a party where I had all of those witnesses to my whereabouts during the exact time period that my two friends were murdered, why is it such a stretch to believe I also had the incredibly good luck with the leather wristband? Luck is random, isn't it?
Maybe.
Addie sounded less than convinced. It's funny, though, how your mind can play tricks when you try to remember details.
Like what?
Like when they first told me they'd found my wristband on Buford's boat.
What about it?
She asked. At first, I didn't think that could be possible.
Why not?
Her pulse quickened with anticipation. I knew I had lost the wristband, and I knew it happened the day of the party.
That all sounds consistent.
Before I heard they found it on the boat, I thought I had lost it earlier that day. I could have sworn I couldn't find it when I was getting ready to go to the party that afternoon. Like I said, the mind plays funny tricks.
Chapter 30. Sam's second appearance court date was Thursday, October 26th, 4 days away. Those were usually set on Fridays, but the judge set Sam's a day earlier, rather than risk the media circus disrupting the other hearings that were scheduled for Friday. Second appearance was the hearing at which Sam would be required to tell the court whether he wanted to plead guilty or not guilty and demand a jury trial. In some states, it's called an arraignment. It also was why Zach hadn't been the least bit surprised to receive a phone call inviting him to Jake Barton's office that morning.
Barton would likely offer Sam a plea bargain, and doing it only a few days before would set a short deadline to apply pressure. What a great way to start a Monday.
"Have you seen my red and blue striped tie?" he asked as Addie came into the room. "It's hanging on a hook on the left side of the closet," she answered, sitting on the bed watching as he got ready to leave. They had reached something of a détente, so they were at least speaking again, but their conversations were terse. "Is Colleton going with you to meet with Barton?" "He is," Zach answered, knowing it would stick in her craw, but not particularly caring. "Anything I can do to help?" "No," he answered, standing in front of the mirror as he knotted his tie. He watched her reflection in the mirror as she lowered her head. She opened her mouth to say something else, but closed it again, apparently deciding now was not the time. "Good luck, then," she said, getting up and leaving the room. "We'll need it," he thought. Outside, he heard a horn blow as Colleton pulled into the drive. Zach hadn't told him the details, but Colleton knew enough not to get stuck in a room alone with Addie and Zach right now. "Damn. Who are you, and what have you done with Colleton Burns?" Zach joked as he climbed in the Tahoe. Colleton's usual appearance was half man, half bear in cargo shorts. But this morning he was decked out in a gray pinstriped suit and a teal Hermes tie with an impeccable knot. His hair was slicked back, and he had shaved. The transformation was impressive. "Say, is that Brill cream? A little dabble, do you?" Zach reached out to touch Colleton's hair. "Fuck off," Colleton laughed, slapping his hand away. "What kind of deal is Jake Barton planning to offer us this morning?" Zach asked, his mood sobering quickly. "My guess is he's going to offer to take the death penalty off the table in return for a guilty plea," Colleton said. "He gets political points for quickly putting a murderer away, and he can still keep his PR points by puffing up and reminding everyone he started with the harder line, but offered a plea only to spare Jesse's family the trauma of a gruesome trial." "But he has a real problem with the death penalty," Zach said. "The South Carolina statute doesn't allow the death penalty unless there was at least one statutory aggravating circumstance. He doesn't have that here." "I know. I've been wondering about that ever since his announcement. But Barton is too smart and too savvy not to have thought about that same issue. That worries me. He has something up his sleeve." "Like what?" "Beats the hell out of me, but we're about to find out," Colleton said, snagging a street spot and parking the Tahoe. The solicitor's headquarters was in Beaufort County, but he had an office in each of the 5 counties in the 14th Circuit. The Colleton County office was on the second floor of the courthouse in Walterboro, the county seat. As they made their way up the sidewalk, Zach glanced down. "Seriously?" he asked, spotting Colleton's duck shoes. "What? It was muddy out at the camp, and I didn't want to muck up my dress shoes." "And it didn't occur to you that you could change shoes in your car. It's a truck. And I'll bet you $20 that Jake Barton will be too busy admiring himself to so much as look at my fucking shoes." $20? You're on." Zach held open the courthouse door. "He'll see you now,"
the soft-spoken receptionist said, putting down the phone receiver and gesturing toward an office door. "Mighty fucking big of him since he's the one who asked for this meeting," Colleton muttered under his breath as he hoisted himself out of the chair. Zach shot him a warning look as the solicitor appeared and held the door open. "Good morning, gentlemen. Please, come in," Barton said, with the smuggest of smiles on his face. "So nice of you to summon us." Zach smiled politely. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" "I think you know the answer to that, Zach, so I'll skip the pleasantries and get right to the point." "Dang, were the pleasantries going to include refreshments?" Colleton asked. Zach shot him another menacing look. "No," Barton replied, and turned his attention back to Zach. "According to my calendar, Sam Jenkins' second appearance hearing is later this week, Thursday afternoon." "What a coincidence," Zach said. My calendar shows that too. And?
As you might imagine, the brutal murder of their daughter has taken a toll on the Gadsdens.
Being plucked out of his law-abiding life and incarcerated for a murder he didn't commit has taken a toll on my client as well.
I suggested this meeting to explore whether we might save the Gadsden family the trauma of sitting through a trial by negotiating a plea deal. I generally am not in favor, but given the desires of the family, I'm willing to discuss it.
Why on earth would my innocent client, who's never had so much as a parking ticket, plead guilty to a murder he didn't commit?
If this were a murder he didn't commit, you might have a point.
What, you're the jury too now?
Zach, we both know you knew what this meeting would be about before you got here. You came because you want to hear what the offer is.
I'm here because I'm ethically required to keep my client advised, so that he'll be making an informed decision when he gives me the go-ahead to tell you to shove your so-called deal up your... Colleton cleared his throat loudly and stared at Barton.
Whatever happened to getting to the point? Tell us your offer and let us get out of here. Fine. I'm willing to drop pursuit of the death penalty in return for a plea. I know a lot of people will be disappointed in that decision, but the reality is that sitting in a trial and listening again to how their beautiful daughter died will be torture for the Gadsden family, especially her mother, who has taken this badly.
And instead of the death penalty?
My office will recommend the court sentence him to life in prison instead, without the possibility for parole or release under any terms as the statute requires.
Life? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Maybe that would be an offer if you had any chance in hell of getting the death penalty. But that isn't even remotely possible in this case. You know damn well. The death penalty isn't available in South Carolina unless the jury, and that means all of them, not only finds Sam guilty of murdering Jesse Gadsden, but also makes a separate finding of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt of statutory aggravating circumstances. Zach was sitting on the edge of his seat, and his voice was raised. You know what those are, and they're specific. Murder that was committed by a defendant with a prior murder conviction. Murder for hire. Murder committed in conjunction with another serious crime like sex trafficking, kidnapping, criminal sexual conduct, drug trafficking, armed robbery, arson first. You know the list as well as I do, and you don't have that in this case.
Oh, but I do.
Like pulling an ace from his sleeve, Barton slid a document across the desk toward Zach. What's that supposed to be?
That is a direct indictment from the grand jury.
For? Zach asked.
Charges of criminal sexual conduct. A statutory extenuating circumstance.
You've got to be kidding.
I'll let you read it on your own time.
The solicitor stood and walked to the door.
Gentlemen, I'll see you in court Thursday. Mr. Jenkins has until then to accept my offer. If he pleads not guilty, it will be withdrawn.
Barton opened his office door and stood back so they could exit. I can't believe you wasted our time with this crap, Zach said, yanking the document from the desktop as he walked out.
Oh, and Colleton,
Barton called out as they were stepping through the outer door into the hallway.
Nice shoes. Thanks. I had a premonition I'd be wading through bullshit.
Colleton closed the door behind them. You owe me $20, Zach said as they headed down the stairs.
Fuck off.
As they walked across the courthouse lawn, Zach heard someone calling his name and turned to see a young black woman in a suit and heels walking hurriedly toward them. He shot a questioning look at Colleton, who whispered,
Serena Davenport, the assistant solicitor you've been talking to on the phone.
They waited while she caught up to them.
"Zach," she said, catching her breath. "I was in the next office and heard most of the conversation."
I think it's safe to say it didn't go well.
"Look, he's not going to say this, and I'm definitely not authorized to change his offer. But I know he would be willing to back off of the life position. I suspect he might even be willing to offer to recommend 30 years. That's the absolute minimum under South Carolina's murder statute."
And why would he be willing to do that if he thought his case was as strong as he wants me to believe it is? Zach thought he smelled a setup.
"Because the Gadsden family is a big deal in these parts, and so is the solicitor's family. You do the math," she said. "Jessie's mother is an emotional mess after losing her only daughter, and Buford is worried about what a trial will do to her. Buford has a lot of pull with Barton, and he'd like this over sooner rather than later."
"That's all well and good," Zach said. "But a mandatory 30 years in jail for a murder he didn't commit is not exactly a good deal for Sam Jenkins. How do I even try to justify that to him?"
"He'd be 54 at the end of the sentence, with years left in him," she said. "And with Barton's sway, he might even be able to help with where he spends that time."
"Like there are any good state prisons."
"Some are worse than others," she said with the air of someone who'd seen the worst of the worst. "And he'd still be alive."
"Alive with no life to go back to."
"Whatever. I thought you should know what might be possible." She shrugged. "I don't share your optimism that Sam Jenkins is innocent. But if you're right, and he didn't murder that girl, someone else did. If you can keep your client alive, maybe they'll find the real killer, and Sam would be released from prison."
"Find the real killer?" Zach's voice was raised again. "They aren't even looking now, before the trial. They sure as hell won't spend any time looking after he's locked away for decades."
"Criminals mess up sometimes. If there is someone else out there who did this, there's always a chance they'll tell the wrong person or say the wrong thing and get caught. But Zach, that will be useless if Sam's been executed. There's no early release from being dead."
She turned and left. "Once again, she gets the pithy line at the end," Zach said. "Let's get out of here," Colleton said. "We need to have a conversation with Sam, and it won't be easy." Sam had listened quietly as they explained his options, and then told them to ask Eli to come and see him. This was the hardest decision he'd ever had to make, and he wanted Eli's advice. After calling Eli, Zach and Colleton hunkered down at the camp, ruminating over a bottle of bourbon. Despite the sunny skies and mild October weather, their moods were dark. "This is fucking great," Colleton said, scowling at the indictment Barton had given them. "They found semen on Jessie's body. It matched the DNA profile of the buccal swab they took when Sam was booked, and the DNA they recovered when they searched Sam's apartment. Not exactly a big surprise. The notice they left after the search disclosed that they took the laptop and DNA, and Sam already told us they had sex that morning. It was only a matter of time until Barton had the results," Zach said. "That explains how he plans to get the death penalty. He'll try to convince the jury there was criminal sexual conduct. There was no suggestion of rape at that crime scene. Doesn't need to be. The offense could be third degree, which doesn't require anything greater than coercion to have sex. And what evidence is there of that?" Colleton asked. "None. But he won't need any evidence if he gets that far. Once a jury has decided a defendant is guilty of murder, and they have scientific evidence of sexual conduct, they will convince themselves it was criminal, especially after the judge explains that it doesn't have to be rape. You know that. You've seen those same case studies." Zach drained his glass and plunked it down, and Colleton sighed as he reached for the bottle to refill it. "Easy there." Zach put a hand over the glass. "I'll never be able to drive home if we keep this up." "No need to. Betty's got a couch inside that's built for passing out on. Tell Addie you're crashing here tonight. I'll pull some venison steaks out of the freezer, and we can work until it's time to throw 'em on the grill." "That's an offer I can't refuse," Zach said, rubbing his eyes. He and Addie were barely speaking, and the tension had been suffocating the last few days. He couldn't resist the chance to lighten up and get wasted. He'd been driving around with an optimistic gym bag in the back seat the last few days, so he had shorts he could change into. "Looks like I'll take that refill after all." Zach pushed his glass back toward Colleton, who promptly poured another while Zach sent a terse text to Addie. "Planning to work late with Colleton. I'll crash here tonight." He knew that wouldn't get a warm reception, but right now, he didn't care. While Colleton was inside rummaging through the freezer for the steaks, Zach fished his gym bag out of the trunk. Yet another great thing about a man camp way back in the woods, he thought as he started changing by the car. "Whoa, it wasn't that kind of invitation." Zach flipped Colleton off and followed him to the big table. "So, what are you thinking about this trial?" Colleton asked. He had replaced his suit with his usual cargo shorts, and he was leaning his chair back on two legs with his feet propped on an overturned crate. "You mean other than that we are royally screwed after Sam's revelation?" "Succinct assessment, and possibly accurate." "Have you given any thought to whether to put him on the stand?" Colleton asked. "I have trouble thinking about anything else. Barton can place Sam at the scene with Jessie's blood all over him and scratches on his arm with his DNA under her nails. In an old church, out in the middle of nowhere, in the dark of night with no other obvious reason to be there. Oh, and then there's the semen. If Sam doesn't testify, the jury will have no other explanation for any of that, and I'm not thinking that will go well for Sam. Especially since refusing to testify screams, 'I'm guilty' to some jurors, no matter how many times the judge charges them otherwise." Zach ran a hand through his hair. "On the other hand, we know Sam hid a lot of critical information from us from day one, which means we can't rule out the possibility that he's still holding out. If he takes the stand and Barton gets testimony from him on something we don't know about, and without our getting a chance to put everything in context, that could be disastrous." "Thankfully," Zach added, "whether he testifies can be a game day decision. But as any trial lawyer knows, what options we'll have at trial depends a lot on what steps we took before we got there. That's where we are now." "On that note," Colleton said, "I have an idea I think has potential." Colleton's chair was still back on two legs, and he'd started to gently rock it back and forth. The chair groaned in protest, and Zach considered warning him. "Don't keep me waiting. Let's hear your brilliant idea," he said instead. "Rule 5 requires certain minimal discovery. The prosecution would be required to provide us copies if Sam had given any statements, and if he had a criminal record, they'd have to give us a copy of that, too," Colleton said. "On the flip side, we would have to tell them if we were going to present an insanity or mental illness defense, the same way we're required to disclose that we have an alibi argument. Beyond that, no further discovery is required from either party unless the defense elects to start that process. In other words, we can get the evidence they have and reciprocate by giving up the evidence we intend to use in our case in chief, or we can get nothing and give nothing. Either way, the decision is up to us. Maybe we should choose to exchange nothing." "Are you suggesting we go into this trial with both sides blind about what the other has? I know Rule 5 makes that an option, but I've never used it. Never even seen anybody else use it. Have you ever tried it?" "Only once, back in the 90s, Colleton said. "But it worked. My client had a messy breakup with his train wreck of a girlfriend, not that he was any prize either. And after she chased him around her house with a crowbar, she kicked him out without any of his stuff and changed the locks. My client, being resourceful and needing his clothes back, climbed through an open window one day while she was shopping, collected his things, and took off. She came home and found his stuff gone and told the police he also took an expensive diamond necklace.
Footage on a neighbor's security cam showed him going in the window and back out with a trash bag. Of course, he swore he only took his shit and didn't touch her necklace. What a surprise. Not long after, my client got a tip that the train wreck had worn the necklace in question, and not much else, to a party. By means unknown to me. Colleton raised his eyebrows in mock innocence. My client obtained a photograph of her at the party wearing said necklace. I didn't make any discovery requests, so I wouldn't have to disclose the photo. At trial, I got her to describe the necklace in detail and confirm when it was stolen. Then I ambushed her with the photo. After a lot of sputtering and wide-eyed blinking, she claimed the photo was taken before the theft. What she failed to recall was that it was taken at a hurricane party, and there was no disputing the date that storm came through. Let's just say the jury didn't have time to eat their free lunch before coming back with a not guilty verdict.
Great war story, Zach said, laughing.
But with that kind of evidence in hand, why not simply disclose it to the solicitor and be done with it? You might have avoided trial altogether.
Come on. You know that's not what would have happened.
The solicitor would have tipped her off to the photo, and she would have come up with a different story, a different necklace missing. And with no time to plan it, she might have been convincing to a jury. Instead, when I asked about the necklace, she followed me down the path like a little lamb because she thought she was getting away with something. Once she dug herself in deep under oath and in front of the jury, there was no walking that back. Showing the jury her first unrehearsed reaction to that photograph was crucial. The point is, I protected the one game-changing piece of evidence we had, and they didn't, and we saved it to use it where it most mattered. That same tactic might work here, or at least be Sam's best chance.
I think you're overlooking something important. That was the early 90s, when cell phones weren't a consideration, and that old case didn't involve the kind of DNA evidence this one does.
Colleton, I'm worried that failing to get that information might be failing to do our job in this case. Malpractice. I'm not overlooking anything. What you're missing is we already have everything Barton has.
Come again?
Granted, we don't have the paper reports, but we know what they say. They will have tested the blood on Sam's clothes from the night of the arrest and confirmed it was Jesse's. They will have test results showing his DNA under her fingernails because Sam admits she clawed at him when he knelt over her. Because of the direct indictment Barton gave us today, we know they found semen when they examined the body, and we know from Sam it was his. I guess we don't know for sure whether they tested any hairs or fibers at her place. So we don't know whether they know Sam was ever there, but we already know he was. If it comes up, it's not a surprise we're not ready for. They have records from Jesse's cell phone and Sam's work phone, but so do we. They have the 911 recording, but we've heard that, and it didn't have any surprises. Bottom line is we don't stand to gain much, if anything, by asking for disclosure. We already know what they have.
And what do you think we gain by not disclosing? Zach asked.
I think the shed floor being wiped clean that night is strong. If we point it out now, they'll have time to come up with something, some theory to lessen the impact. If it hits them for the first time when the jury hears it, they'll be scrambling. We can prepare the preacher so that his testimony highlights the implications and gets the jury wondering who else was there that night. And don't underestimate the value of a preacher as a witness in a small-town courtroom.
How do we know for sure the cops didn't notice the shed floor?
Captain Chambers testified at the prelim there was no sign of anyone having been there. What are they going to do now? Call his credibility into question right before they call him as a witness at trial? I don't think so.
Do you think there's any chance the officers swept it clean while they had the scene? Zach asked, the idea occurring to him for the first time.
And destroyed evidence? Colleton sounded surprised. Not with Chambers in charge of the scene.
There's some others I might suspect of playing dirty, but he strikes me as being on the up and up." Zack paused, trying to work through Colleton's proposal. "There's another piece of evidence we could keep to ourselves until the last minute that could matter even more," he said, thinking aloud. "You're thinking about that burner phone," Colleton said. "Hell yeah. Think about it. If it looks like the jury is buying into Barton's theory about sexual criminal conduct, we can put Sam on the stand and let him testify they had an ongoing relationship, and use the phone as powerful proof of that. Imagine Barton getting hit with that bomb in the middle of trial, with no time to plan his response." "Now you're thinking," Colleton said. "And on the other hand, if things are going our way and we don't want to risk putting Sam up, we have no obligation to disclose that phone. No one else has to know it exists. And the beauty of it all is that we get to hear all of the state's case and can wait until the very last minute of our own. Watch how the jury is reacting before we make a decision about whether Sam should testify." "This could work after all," Zack said. "It could. We still have months before trial. If something comes up that makes us reconsider, we can always serve discovery requests later. But if we do that now, there's no taking it back, and we lose this option forever." "Good point. Let's go with it for now. Reevaluate later if we need to." "Sounds like a plan. Meanwhile, we see what else we can dig up." "What we desperately need is a lead on who was in that shed. I wish Sam knew more about who Jesse was suddenly afraid of that night," Zack said. Colleton had finally settled his chair back on all fours without a spill. Zack couldn't decide whether that was a relief or a disappointment. "Sam was in panic mode last night. Once he's settled down, we'll talk to him again. Maybe he remembers something he doesn't realize is important." "Maybe." Both men were quiet as they mulled the situation over. Zack could feel the alcohol starting to soften his senses, and he settled back in his chair as he listened to the rustle of leaves in the afternoon breeze and the raspy bark of a squirrel in the tree above them. The groan of Colleton's chair broke his reverie, and Zack cast a sideways glance as Colleton leaned his chair back again. "You can stop worrying about this chair," Colleton chuckled. "It's strong as an oak. That one, however," he started, gesturing toward Zack. "Very funny," Zack said, leaning his own chair back and resting his heels on the table. Too late, he heard the crack. Chapter 31. The public defender's office was on Lucas Street and easy to find. Addie entered the lobby and checked in at the desk.
"Addie Stone to see Dan McGuire?"
she said to the woman at the desk.
"I'll let him know you're here."
Addie sat down and pulled out her phone to switch it to silent mode. As the screen lit up, she saw the still-open text Zack had sent yesterday, saying he was staying the night at Colleton's place. He claimed it was so they could work late, but she knew better. He wanted to get away from her. Things had been tense since their fight. She knew Zack was under pressure, but he was taking this way too far. It was starting to piss her off. "Addie?"
"Yes,"
she said, standing.
"You must be Dan."
"My friends call me Danny," he said with a smile. "Come on back." She followed him to a small office with a battered desk and tangled mini-blinds. Yet the room glowed with the warmth of a lively array of photographs, smiling figures she guessed to be grown children and small grandchildren.
"Big family,"
she said, reminded of the one she grew up in. "Joy of my life," he nodded, turning the desk chair to face the photos behind him.
"And that one?"
She gestured toward a photo of Danny between two black men, all three sporting big smiles. "That was a big win," Danny said. "As a public defender, I use character witnesses to present my client as a person, not just a defendant. Preachers can be especially persuasive. That day, Reverend Gatch saved the day for my young client."
"Ben Gatch?" From the church on Cicada Road?
One and the same, he said, spinning the chair back to face Addie.
Thanks again for seeing me, she said. I know you don't know me, but...
No, but I know who you are. The whole criminal bar knows who you are, he added. Sam Jenkins's case is the biggest thing to happen around here in a while, and the facts are so... Well, it's one of those things you hate to look at, but can't quite look away. A beautiful young woman bludgeoned to death in a church, and... Oh, he said, suddenly putting the pieces together. That's how you knew Reverend Gatch was from that church.
Yes,
she said, nodding.
He's been very generous with his time. It's a sensational case, that's for sure. But that's Zach's case. Well, Zach's and Colleton's, she said.
I heard Colleton had ventured out of that hideout of his to work on this case, Danny said, with a look of pure glee. That alone would make it interesting. He's always been eccentric and larger than life. You should have seen him in the courtroom back in the day. He was in private practice, but most of us here with the public defender considered him a comrade in arms. I haven't seen him in ages. Please, say hello for me.
Will do,
she said, hoping her tone didn't give away how unenamored she was with Colleton at the moment.
But I was hoping we could talk about the 1983 Edisto Beach double homicide, she said. Yes, I played your message twice, thinking I must have misunderstood. Not that it doesn't deserve the attention, but I haven't thought about that case for years. What prompted them to reopen it, if you're at liberty to say? With Colleton helping Zach on the Jenkins case, I had time on my hands, so I volunteered to work on cold cases. This one caught my eye. Emma Hudson has been helping me get up to speed on the background. You met Emma, too?
Danny's face lit up.
Yes, she's been a huge help. That doesn't surprise me. She's a good lawyer. I was hired on here only a few years after she was, so we came up together in the ranks and worked a lot of cases together. I've missed her these last 6 or 7 years since she left and opened her own shop. You're lucky to have her. I know. She told me she represented Logan in some minor skirmishes before he was arrested in the Edisto Beach thing. She filled me in on what she could remember, but I was thinking your office might still have some of those old files. I know they weren't related to the murders, but you never know where you might find a stray fact that puts something else in context.
She pulled out a pen and small pad to take notes.
You're right about that, he said, but I am glad you called ahead. I had to climb over a wall of old crap to find them. And what is it about seeing one spider that makes you feel like they're all over you the rest of the day? Sorry for putting you through that. At least Emma had her files scanned, so all she had to do was hit print. She did. I'm impressed, he said. Despite my heroic efforts, I'm afraid I didn't find much I can share. Most of the cases were from when Logan was a minor. There was only one that I could even consider, and of course I had to pull the privileged information out of that one. This is all I ended up with, he said with an apologetic smile. Thanks for trying, Addie said, reaching for the thin file. Is this my copy? All yours. Nice of you to go out of your way for me. If the file doesn't spark any ideas for me, maybe I'll run it by Colleton, or better yet, Emma or Lee, since they know all the old background. Lee Bowen. Mm-hmm. You know him? Sure. He was always on the other side, of course, but I found him easy to work with, and we were friendly. I thought I'd heard he retired from the sheriff's office, though. He did, but he was still there when I picked up the case, and he asked me to keep him in the loop. I don't doubt that, Danny said. Lee was obsessed with this case, worked it night and day from the beginning. Almost seemed like he didn't trust anyone else with it. Tried to do it all himself.
The desk phone rang, and Danny let out an exasperated sigh.
Give me a second,
he said, as he looked at the number. Addie nodded, and he took the call. As Danny spoke with the caller, Addie looked around the room, tossing his last comment around like a ball in her head. Why would Lee want a monopoly on the case?
And what had Emma said about Lee letting the investigation sit and the trail grow cold while Logan was in jail? There was something else, too. Something about seeing flashlights and running through brush on Jungle Road that night. The story made sense, but it was conveniently unverifiable.
Sorry about that,
Danny said, hanging up the phone.
You were telling me you were working with Lee on this case. I'm sure he was excited to see it reopened.
Sure seemed to be, she said, getting up to leave.
Thanks again, she continued, for going out of your way to get those old files for me. But I've taken up enough of your time. Colleton Burns, Emma Hudson, Lee Bowen, Reverend Gatch. You're spending time with all my old pals, Addie. I have to admit I'm envious of you, he said as he walked her out. What a nice thing to say. It speaks well for all of you. Mind if I pass it along? Not at all. I'd appreciate that.
He held the door and watched as she crossed the parking lot. Chapter 32. It was 5 o'clock, and Danny McGuire's Tuesday had finally come to an official end. He put a few things away and tugged the rumpled suit jacket from the back of his desk chair. As he reached for the light switch, he stepped on something and looked down to find a pen on the floor. He picked it up and turned it over in his hands. With a PD's salary, he didn't own any expensive pens. All of his were plastic, disposable, and came from a box in a rickety metal supply cabinet. This one felt hefty and looked to be silver. It struck him as the kind of gift one might get for a graduation or a new job, and he was guessing Addie would want it back. He went back to his chair and listened again to her message. She hadn't left a phone number or email, and he hadn't thought to get one today. Then it dawned on him. She'd rattled off the names of 4 people he knew who would know how to reach her. This was the perfect excuse to get back in touch with some old friends. Going into Outlook, he clicked on New Email. He'd start with this one, he thought, as he typed in the address. In the subject line, he typed, "Surprise! Hi, stranger. It's Danny McGuire, a blast from your past. I met a friend of yours today, Addie Stone. You could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard she was working on that ancient Edisto Beach double homicide. She wanted to see some old files on Logan Bennett. After she left, I found a pen she dropped. Normally, I would chuck it in my desk drawer, but this looks like a nice one that she might want back. I didn't get her contact information. Would you mind letting her know it's here? Thanks, and let's get together for lunch or coffee and catch up sometime soon. It's been far too long." He read it over and hit send. Danny closed out his email and put the pen on his desk. He flipped off the light and left, smiling as he wondered what his old friend's reaction would be to find his email in the inbox. Chapter 33. That was a surprise, all right, but not a good one. Not that it wouldn't be great to catch up with Danny. But if Addie is going that far afield of the old investigation, who the hell else is she talking to? Danny doesn't know anything that could point to me. But who might? They say all criminals make some little mistake, something they don't even realize they've done until it comes back to bite them in the ass. That shed behind the church was a good example. I'd put my bloody clothes in a plastic bag and backed the car out. As I went to close the shed door, my headlights shone across the floor. It was dumb luck that I even noticed. The dirt floor was topped with sand to help with drainage. Sand doesn't compact like dirt, and the surface held tracks and prints. My footprints might have blended in with others, but the tire tracks were a dead giveaway that someone else was there on Cicada Road that night, and that would have been enough to make them look closer for who that might have been, even with Sam in jail. Luckily, I spotted one of those old wooden yardsticks and used it to scrape the sand smooth, getting rid of the tracks. Then I tossed it in the back and destroyed it later with the other stuff. If I almost missed something that obvious on a night I had meticulously planned, there's no telling what I might have missed that frantic night at the beach. Just because nothing came to light 3 decades ago doesn't mean it couldn't happen now, with Addie stirring that old case up. I need a way to shut this down. Soon. I've been able to keep up with some of what Addie's doing, but I only get bits and pieces. I need to find another source of information. Maybe I'll take Danny up on that invitation after all. Chapter 34. Zach's car was in the drive when Addie pulled in Tuesday evening. Colleton must have run out of liquor. She lifted the grocery bags and went inside. Zach was back in the little office. She could hear him talking with someone on the phone as she went to the kitchen and started pulling things together for dinner. She was making Italian, his favorite. Plan A was to share a romantic dinner and try to turn this thing around. Plan B, well, Plan B would likely be reviewing the file she'd picked up from Danny McGuire while she ate alone. It might also mean her going back to the Charleston apartment for a while. Zach hadn't so much as touched her since their fight, and she'd had about as much of this shit as she planned to take. An hour and a half later, the air was thick with the warm, acidic smell of tomato-based sauce and sharp Parmesan cheese. She heard the quiet pad of bare feet, but didn't turn around from where she stood working over the sink. "Wow, that smells heavenly," Zach said. Addie turned to find him leaning against the small kitchen island with his hands in his pockets. She crossed her arms and gave him a good long look. His hair hadn't been brushed, and he looked a little peaked. She knew a hangover when she saw one. "It's lobster and cheese-stuffed pasta with spinach and Parmesan marinara sauce. There's warm focaccia in the oven." "Sounds as good as it smells," he said. He was doing his best hangdog now. "Don't suppose you'd be willing to share?" "I might, but it comes with strings." "Like what?" "Like you have to be nice to me, and talk to me, for starters." "I think I can manage that. What else?" "I know my timing was bad on bringing up a family, but if you won't talk about it at all, it's impossible to know when the right time is. I'm pretty fucking smart, but even I'm not a mind reader." That last part brought a smile to his face. "I guess it is a tad hard to be humble when you're a goddess," he teased. "This is your idea of being nice to me?" She was smiling too now. "No," he said, taking his hands out of his pockets and stepping toward her. "This is." He put a hand gently against her face and tipped it forward for a soft kiss. "That's closer to what I had in mind," she said. "But maybe you should try again." This time the kiss was longer and more insistent. "You're getting there." He wrapped both arms around her and pulled her close. "Ads, I love you. You know I do." He breathed into her neck. "I know you're ready to talk about babies and weddings, but can that part wait until I get through this trial? My case has been circling the drain since Eli found that burner phone in Sam's truck, and I don't have it in me right now. Could we please go back to how we were for a while longer? I promise, when this trial ends, we'll sit down and talk about those things. Please?" "And what if it ends badly, Zach? What if the trial ends badly and your practice is still struggling? Because after the bombshell Sam dropped the other night, that is a very real possibility. I love you, but if I want a family, I can't wait forever." "You won't have to. When this trial ends, no matter how it ends, it will be our turn, okay? Please?" "I guess I can live with that," she said, pulling away so she could look him in the eye. It may not be as much as she'd hoped for, but it was a step in the right direction.
and damn sure better than her plan B. "So are you going to feed me or not?" he asked.
I am.
"There's a bottle of Chianti behind you if you think you're ready for a little hair of the dog." That sounds like exactly what I need. Hours later, they were lying in bed, twisted sheets strewn off the end. "What happened to my pillow?" Zach asked, crawling to the edge of the bed and peering over.
"Wherever you find it, look to see if my panties are there, too."
"Ah, found it," Zach said, tossing the pillow back to the head of the bed and flopping himself down beside her.
"And my panties?"
"Nope. Guess you'll have to go without."
"Well, it's working so far."
"It is at that," he said, planting a kiss on her lips.
"How did your meeting with Jake Barton go yesterday?" she asked.
They had been barely speaking lately, and they had some catching up to do. "Not well."
"Did he offer a plea bargain?"
"He made an offer, but it was no bargain. He said if Sam would plead guilty, he'd take the death penalty off the table."
"And replace it with what?"
"Life without possibility of parole." Addie drew in a loud, short breath.
"You said no, I assume."
"It's not my call, it's Sam's." But that wasn't all Barton had on his agenda.
"Meaning?"
Zach filled her in on the direct indictment for criminal sexual conduct and the new evidence. He finished off with Serena's suggestion that Barton might be willing to better the offer at Buford's request to avoid a trial.
"Do you believe her?"
"I'm not sure what to believe anymore, Addie. Anyway, Sam wanted some time to think about it. I'm supposed to meet with him tomorrow."
"Tomorrow's Wednesday. Isn't your hearing set for Thursday?"
"It is. Thursday at 1 o'clock. Sam will need to decide fast." He was quiet for a moment.
"So what were you up to today?"
That looked like a new file on the counter.
"It is.
I went to the public defender's office to see what they had on Logan's old cases. Those are copies of what they could let me see." "Weren't those all before the Edisto Beach murders? What would one have to do with the other?"
"Probably nothing, but I hope they might give context to something. That's how desperate I'm getting, Zach. I'm running out of ideas. I haven't wanted to distract you with details that you don't need crowding your mind right now, but I'm coming to a dead end. I've talked to witnesses from the party, to Logan, with Emma and with Lee. I even managed to have a phone call with Cindy Crosby's mother. That was bleak, by the way, and nothing leads anywhere. The sheriff's office helped me run down some information on crimes in neighboring states with similar victims. Nothing matched or even came close. I'm afraid I might have to leave this one as much a mystery as I found it."
"Don't beat yourself up over it, Addie. All you can do is your best. The sad truth is that not every case ends in something you can call justice."
"Are we talking about my case now or yours?"
"Maybe both," he said, as he pulled up the sheets and wrapped an arm around her. "Right now, I can't think about either. I'm beat."
"Get some sleep," she said.
But he was already out, and she was left with her thoughts. She was glad they felt close again, but they weren't any closer to a decision. His promising to talk about it after the trial was a long way from saying he'd be ready to make a decision. She'd already made hers, though. She would not be waiting forever. Wednesday morning, Addie had a quiet house to herself while Zach and Colleton met with Sam about the plea offer and tomorrow's hearing. Settling in with coffee and breakfast, she opened the file from Danny. It was limited to the skinny dipping incident, and there wasn't much to see. The police report narrative had been sanitized compared to the story Emma had told. Most of the other documents were internal administrative things. There was a copy of one of those old pink pads offices used to write phone messages on. Addie shook her head when she realized it wasn't even remotely related. It was a message about a canceled appointment. The last document confirmed Emma's story that Logan had to check in with her once a month for 6 months to placate the girl's father.
It was a typed schedule of projected meetings. There was nothing indicating whether any of the dates might have been rescheduled, but Addie blinked and looked a second time at the last date. It was the date of the Edisto murders. That was a hell of a coincidence. Neither Logan nor Emma had mentioned that they'd met earlier that day. Then again, maybe they hadn't. Maybe that date was changed somewhere along the way. Still, she should follow up with Logan to see if that jogged any memory for him. She reached for her phone and pulled up the number. He answered on the third ring.
Good morning, Addie. Hi, Logan. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. No, it's fine. What's up? Is there any chance we could get together for a few minutes today? I have a few more questions.
She wanted to talk in person, see his expression.
I'd be happy to drive out there.
I'm tied up today, he said, but I need to come to town tomorrow morning, if that would work.
Perfect. Where should I meet you? She asked.
There's a coffee shop next to the Feed and Seed. It's small but quiet.
Feed and Seed?
Hey, my chickens have to eat too, he said. Think you can find it, say around 11?
No problem, thanks. See you then.
Addie put the phone down and flipped through the file one last time before she put it aside. She gazed out the window, savoring the last of her coffee. She knew she was grasping at straws. So what if Logan had met with Emma the day of the party? Still, it seemed odd that neither of them had mentioned it. Either way, she'd find out tomorrow. It was late when Zach got home.
How did it go with Sam? She asked as he sat on the couch beside her.
I wish I knew, Zach answered. He changes his mind every few minutes. 1 minute he's adamant that he isn't going to prison for something he didn't do. The next he's as scared as anyone facing a possible death penalty would be, especially since Serena suggested Barton might be willing to offer a prison term of less than life.
The hearing's tomorrow at 1, right?
Right. But he has until the last second to decide. I guess I'll find out when everybody else does.
That's intense, she said. Sounds like you're in line for an interesting day tomorrow.
No kidding. Can you be there? Eli could use someone to sit with him for support.
Of course, I wouldn't miss it. I'm meeting with Logan Bennett in the morning, but I'll have plenty of time to get to the hearing after.
I thought you already interviewed Bennett.
I did, but something new has come up that's bothering me.
Zach shot her a questioning look.
The file I got from the PD shows that Emma had a meeting with Logan the same day of the murders, just a few hours before the party.
So
why didn't either one of them tell me that? Logan forgetting to mention it, maybe. But Emma? That doesn't quite fit. She has seemed so helpful, but now I'm getting the feeling maybe she was keeping something from me. And I'd like to know what and why.
Sounds like tomorrow will be an interesting Thursday for both of us. Chapter 35. Danny McGuire was preparing for court Thursday morning when the reply email popped up with the surprise subject line. Surprise indeed. Great to hear from you, and nice of you to let me know about Addie's pen. Can I stop by late this afternoon and pick it up for her? We can catch up while I'm there. Tell me what time would work best for you. Danny hit reply and started typing. Sorry, but I have hearings over in Hampton County this afternoon. I'll be stuck there till the end of the day, but I don't need to leave the office until noon today. Could you get here around 11? Seconds later. I can make that work. See you at 11. Chapter 36. Zach parked near the courthouse at 11 Thursday morning. The hearing wasn't until 1 p.m., but he wanted to meet with Eli to let him know what to expect, and a kind soul in the clerk's office had helped him score a small meeting room. He'd also thought they might avoid the media circus by coming early. No such luck. A second appearance is a routine proceeding, and not something that would normally get much attention, but the public commotion over this case had changed that. The local television trucks from Charleston were lined up along the street, and their news personalities were jockeying for positions on the courthouse lawn. The hearing might still be 2 hours away, but there was no lack of pandemonium to keep them occupied. Demonstrators had staked out their opposing positions on either side of the walkway leading to the courthouse doors. The local crowd had grown, and now they were joined by some out-of-town groups looking to get their share of attention. There were a few exceptions, but for the most part, they were divided along race lines. The presence of television cameras had raised the level of enthusiasm significantly. Signs and posters were bigger, chanting was louder, and some of the demonstrators were standing on stools and boxes to hold their signs up above the throng. They had learned that a single chant in unison packed more punch, and each side had latched on to a few short words to shout. The apparent goal was more to drown out the other side than to truly be heard. Walking the gauntlet between the two sides, Zach was suddenly hyper-aware of his race, and the effect of his side not looking like him was subtly disconcerting. Someone threw a water bottle. It hit the pavement well in front of him, but he picked up his pace and felt a wash of relief when he ducked through the doors to the relative quiet of the courthouse. He spotted Eli leaning anxiously against a wall. "Where's Colleton? Isn't he supposed to be here?" Eli asked. "He'll meet us at the hearing. Said he needed to stop and see someone first," Zach said. "This way," he said, gesturing for Eli to follow him to the meeting room. They closed the door behind them, and Zach did his best to explain what would happen today. But some things defy explanation. Chapter 37. The coffee shop was indeed next to the feed and seed, and aptly named The Coop. Walking in at 11, Addie found Logan Bennett at a small table. He had been right about quiet. The place was empty. She ordered a coffee at the counter and joined him. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Addie said, sliding into a chair across from him and putting her cup and a file on the table. "No problem. Chickens are patient, and they're all that's waiting for me. What did you want to ask about?" "Emma told me she had represented you before the Edisto murders on some other charges," Addie said, jumping right into it. "She did." He nodded. "Mostly dumbass kid stuff. The last time was for breaking into a backyard pool and having myself a party with the owner's cold beer and hot daughter." "That's exactly the one I wanted to ask you about." "What would that have to do with the murders?" "Probably nothing, but humor me. According to Emma, she got you a deal on that last charge, and you had to meet with her once a month for 6 months as part of the deal." "She's right, though that likely was more punishment for her than me." "Do you remember when any of those meetings were?" "Are you asking if I remember the dates of 6 meetings 30-odd years ago? Of course not. Who would?" "Maybe this will help," Addie said, opening her file. "This is a list of the dates you were scheduled to meet," she said, sliding it across the table. "Most of them were meaningless to me, but take a look at that last one." She watched as he ran his finger down the list and stopped on the last date. The significance registered on his face immediately. "Holy shit. That's the afternoon of—" He looked up and she studied his expression. His surprise seemed real, but she couldn't be sure. "I didn't see that in your statements," she said. "Why would it have been? Nobody cared where I was before the party, and I haven't thought about it since. The things that happened later crowded out everything else. Honestly, if you hadn't shown this to me, I don't think I ever would have connected the two." "That looks like a schedule made in advance for the whole series. Is it possible a meeting was set for that date, but then changed later?" she prompted. Logan looked out the window, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "Maybe. But crazy thing is, now that this reminded me, I think I remember that meeting. She was wearing jeans." "Jeans? Why would you remember that?" "Because she always wore a suit.
She was the new kid and trying to look the part. I remember asking her what the deal was that day, and she said I was her last appointment, and then she was knocking off. Says here you met at 2 p.m. Kind of early to knock off if you're new and want to look the part, isn't it? Logan didn't answer. His gaze wandered out the window again, and she stopped talking to let him work through whatever was coming back. Her peripheral vision caught the clerk disappearing around a corner in search of supplies, or maybe a smoke break. I definitely remember a meeting with her wearing jeans. But maybe I'm wrong about it being that meeting. I know for sure the one I recall now was on a Friday. Were all the dates on that list Fridays? Addie pulled up a 1983 calendar on her phone and compared it to the dates on the list. No, that last meeting with her was the only one that fell on a Friday. Why is that important? Because the day Emma was wearing jeans was a Friday. She wasn't just going home for the day, she was leaving for the weekend. Are you sure that last date is the only Friday on the list? I'm looking at a calendar, and yes, I'm sure. Why? Another minute ticked by. Was he trying to remember details, or make them up? He turned to her with an expression she couldn't read, something that felt off. The clerk still hadn't returned from wherever he'd disappeared to, and it occurred to Addie that she knew very little about Logan Bennett, or what he might be capable of. Why? She asked again, her tone more insistent this time. Logan's answer was one she could not have anticipated. Suddenly, the picture had changed. Chapter 38. Danny McGuire was working at his desk at 11 a.m. Thursday when he heard the knock on the frame of his open door. He looked up and his face broke into a wide grin at the sight of his old friend. "Oh, my God, it's so great to see you. Sit down," he said, gesturing at the chair on the other side of his desk. "Toss that book on the floor." "Thanks, it's good to see you again, too. How long has it been?" The book hit the floor with a kerplunk as his visitor sat down. "You know, I was asking myself the same question," Danny said, "and I can't even remember. I think we might have run into each other at the courthouse when I was working the Tinkler case. Gosh, that was a long time ago. But you might be right. Time flies, doesn't it? I see from the photos behind you that you've had some new additions to that tribe of yours." "We have for sure," Danny said, turning around to face the shelf. "These two are Sean's kids, and all four of these are Mary's," he said, pointing. "And this wriggly little thing is the newest, Kirsten's first, 6 months old last month, but about 3 months in that picture. Congratulations, they're all beautiful." "Thanks. Before I forget," Danny said, reaching across the desk, "here's Addie's pen." "Right. Thanks again for getting this back to her." "No problem. Gotta tell you, though, I was stunned to hear she was working on the old Edisto double homicide. That case was always such a mystery. It would be great if she could find something to crack it," Danny said. "Wouldn't it? If you don't mind my asking, what was it she wanted here?" "Don't mind at all. In fact, she mentioned that she might run it by you. So when I got your email saying you were coming by today, I made another copy," Danny said, sliding a folder across the desk. "I didn't see anything that jumped out at me as being helpful, but maybe you will. Who knows, right?" "Right. You never know." "Well, look, I hate to run, but the Jenkins hearing is today." "I know. Every criminal lawyer and cop in town will be there. I was hoping to go myself, but I'll be stuck in Hampton County instead. Maybe you can give me the play-by-play at lunch sometime soon?" "Sounds great. Shoot me an email with some dates." Danny came around the desk to walk his visitor to the door. After a warm handshake and mutual promises to get together soon, Danny waved as his friend crossed the parking lot and drove away. Chapter 39. It was everything I could do not to rip that file open and tear through it the second he handed it over. How I managed to get out of there without screaming, I'll never know. I drove around the corner and parked at a strip mall and went through it in a frenzy. I began to breathe a little easier as I flipped the pages. The file Danny gave Addie was nothing but administrative forms and routine crap no one would care about. Then I spotted the copy of the old telephone message about the canceled appointment. Was it getting hotter in here? I read the message again. It wouldn't reveal my involvement to most people, but Addie had so much inside information on both cases. If she started asking questions about this, I needed to find her quickly. If she was suspicious, I'd know the minute she saw me. Where would she be right now? I glanced down at my watch and answered my own question. I needed to get to that hearing, and Addie would be there too. Chapter 40. The hearing was still an hour away, but by noon the courthouse was filling up fast. In another 5 minutes there wouldn't be a single seat left. Cameras and recorders were banned from the room, but reporters lined the back rows with pens and pads in hand. Eli was sitting in the front row, immediately behind the defense table with an empty seat beside him he'd been holding for Addie. Colleton had finally shown up, and he and Zach were going over files together in hushed tones. Zach had warned Eli that the judge would have a fit if he saw or heard a cell phone in court. So Eli had sent a text to Addie before entering the courtroom to let her know he would save a seat for her. She texted back immediately with a thumbs up, saying she would be there. Eli turned his head, surveying the room. He recognized Lee Bowen near the back with the other unfortunate latecomers, stuck in the standing room only section and looking around in the hopes of finding a last empty seat. Continuing to survey the room, Eli spotted Emma Hudson, that friend Addie had introduced on her front steps. That was the night he'd found that damn phone in Sam's truck. He wondered again if he'd done the right thing. Right or wrong, it was done now. His stomach was in knots, but that was fast becoming his new normal. Eli. He turned around to find Zach facing him and holding out a file. What? He asked, confused. Give this to Addie when she gets here. Sure. Will she know what you wanted to do with it? Don't need her to do anything. It's one of her files that got shuffled in with mine. Stuff about that cold case. I don't want to get it mixed up with mine during the hearing. Eli took the file and nodded as Zach turned back to his whispered discussion with Colleton. Eli put the file in the empty seat beside him and took a deep breath, trying to dial back the tension. Sam would be in once the hearing started, and Eli knew Sam could read him. He needed to stay strong. He saw movement from the corner of his eye and turned to find Buford Gadsden settling into his seat behind the solicitor's table after giving Barton a brief pat on the back. Buford hurled an accusing glare at Eli before turning away. Sensing he was still being watched, Eli looked a few rows behind Buford and saw J.B. Beeman staring intently. Eli met his stare and held it like magnet to steel. Unlike Buford, J.B. didn't look away. Was that bastard actually smiling at him? It had been many years since Eli felt the kind of rage that ripped through him as he remembered the sight of the taillight shattering and the weight of Buck's still warm body lying limp in his arms. I know it was you, you worthless piece of shit. I know it. If it's the last thing I do, I will see you pay for it. It was J.B. who finally blinked and looked away. Eli turned back toward the door again, but still no sign of Addie. Where was she? Emma Hudson saw him this time and gave a polite nod. He returned the nod and righted himself in his seat again. All rise for the Honorable Judge Henry Newton, the bailiff said as the judge entered the room. The room hummed with the sound of people rising from their seats. Standing with them, Eli glanced back once more for Addie.
He noticed Lee Bowen wasn't standing in back any longer. He must have lucked into a seat, though Eli couldn't see him from here. Still no sign of Addie either. Stranger still, her friend Emma was gone now too. Why would she come early for the hearing, only to leave before it started? Eli didn't have time to think about it now. Chapter 41. Driving home from the coffee shop, Addie replayed the conversation with Logan like a never-ending loop in her mind. It made her think of those reversible images. If you stared at them long enough, they turned into a picture of something entirely different. That's what was happening here. She'd been looking at the right images, but seeing the wrong picture. Why? She'd asked Logan in the coffee shop. Why would it matter that the last meeting with Emma was on a Friday? When Logan asked Emma about the jeans instead of her usual suit, she said she was leaving for the weekend right after our meeting. Why does that matter? The answers seemed to have stunned him almost as much as it did her. A friend had offered to let her use a beach house for the weekend. A beach house. Yeah, at Edisto. Edisto. Emma had been at Edisto the night of the murder. Addie parked the Jeep and looked at the clock on the dash. She still had time before she needed to leave for Sam's 1 p.m. hearing, and she wanted to compare notes from some of her other files while the interview with Logan was still vivid in her mind. She entered the house and put the file from Danny on the kitchen table with the others. The same questions kept swirling around in her head. Why hadn't Emma told her she met with Logan the day of the murders? The bigger question was, why Emma hadn't mentioned she'd been at Edisto that night. Forgetting she and Logan met that day was a stretch, but forgetting she was on Edisto the night of the murders? Not possible. There would have been law enforcement and emergency vehicles crawling all over that little island. Anyone in Emma's line of work would have known what was going on. Emma had kept that from Addie on purpose. But why? Emma had been adamant about being assigned to represent Logan. Did she have some reason to want to protect him? Could that be why he asked for her in the first place? If Emma controlled his defense, she might be able to do that. That fit with her comments about Lee Bowen. Emma complained that Bowen was too focused on Logan. Finding that wristband on Buford's boat was too convenient, especially with the anonymous call. Logan thought he'd lost the wristband earlier that day, before the party. What if he'd dropped it while he was in Emma's office? Was Emma's connection to Logan so important to her that she would risk everything, her license to practice, her career, her reputation, to plant evidence on a boat that would clear him? Addie wondered if their history, as Emma referred to it, was more personal than professional. Logan was only a few years younger than Emma, and there was no denying he was attractive. Could they have had some romantic involvement? Was it possible Emma believed Logan had something to do with the murders? She flipped the page to find the phone message, letting Emma know about a canceled appointment. But this time, she saw what she'd missed before. The appointment was for a tennis lesson. TG called. Can't make her tennis lesson next week. She'll reschedule. TG. Could that be Tara Godfrey? Addie's mind flashed back to the photo in Emma's office. The high school team Emma coached. A pretty blonde was holding up a plaque. Was Addie imagining things? Or was the blonde in the photo in Emma's office the same girl in the photos of Tara Godfrey she'd found in Lee's old files? She needed another look at those old photos of the victims. Addie reached for the file where she thought she'd put them. Damn, this wasn't even her file. It was Zach's, and it was full of invoices and reports George Holden had given them months ago, showing Sam's work on Jesse's account. Useless information once Sam admitted his affair with Jesse. Addie was closing the file when her eye landed on a printout of Jesse's clients, and she saw a name that hadn't meant anything to them at the time. It damn sure did now, though. Grabbing a pen,
She circled the dates Jesse had worked for that client. Oh, holy shit. Zach needed to know this, now. She grabbed her phone. No. The time flashed across the screen. 1:06. Had she been here that long? The hearing had started, and there was no way Zach or Colleton would be able to take a call or even check a text. She would have to go to them. Judge Newton would frown on her coming in mid-hearing, but a bailiff would let her in as long as she told him she was with the defense counsel. There was no other choice, and she had to hurry. She grabbed her pocketbook and keys and ran for the door. As she yanked it open, she found Emma standing there, her hand raised to knock. Addie's prickly little danger warnings were going wild. "Addie, what are you doing still here?" Emma looked worried.
"I lost track of time,"
Addie said, trying to gauge Emma's expression and control her own.
"Everyone's waiting for you at the courthouse. Come on, I'll give you a ride."
Emma had placed herself strategically between Addie and the Jeep, and the Beretta was still in the Jeep. Addie cursed herself for not bringing it in.
"Addie, stop wasting time. We have to hurry."
Emma put her hand on Addie's arm as if to guide her down the steps.
"Thanks, but I'll take the Jeep and see you there."
Addie tried to pull her arm back. "Oh, I don't think so, sweetie," Emma said, tightening her grip. Addie felt a quick sting and looked down to see the needle pull away. Her head felt woozy, and everything softened and blurred. The next thing she knew, Emma had an arm around her waist, guiding her clumsily down the steps to her car.
"Don't fight it, Addie. It'll only take a minute."
Emma's voice seemed far away. Then the car door closed, and everything went black. Chapter 42.
I glanced over the seat. If I didn't know better, I'd think she was sleeping peacefully. Perfect. The light changed, and I drove on. It had taken all my willpower to sit calmly in that courtroom this morning, waiting for Addie to get there. I was stunned when she didn't show. I didn't know where she was, but what I did know was that with Zach, Colleton, and Eli all in that room, she was as alone as I could ever hope to find her. I slipped out at the last second. It was lucky I tried the house first. A moment later, and I would have been too late. Now it was too late for her. Logan's wristband falling off in my office all those years ago was nothing short of a miracle. I found it after he left and stuck it in my purse, meaning to return it to him later. After what happened with Tara and Cindy, I forgot I had it. I was in survival mode. I'd made it back to the beach house without seeing a soul other than Buford. At the time, I didn't know what he was up to and didn't care. He hadn't seen me, and that's all that mattered. Inside the beach house, I closed the blinds and alternated between crying Jags and frantic pacing. What to do? I could turn myself in, but what would that accomplish? Those two girls would still be dead, and I'd spend the rest of my life in jail, or worse. I tried to convince myself what came next was praying. You know what I'm talking about. You've done it yourself. Please, God, don't let me go to jail, and I promise I'll spend the rest of my life helping others. Shit like that. I may have been calling God's name, but it was the devil I made a deal with that night. I spent the rest of the night destroying my clothes and cleaning myself up. I went home Sunday and to work the next day. I wore suits to work, so no one ever saw my bruises or scratches. Life went on like nothing happened. I couldn't believe how easy it was. Then Lee Bowen arrested Logan. If it had been anyone else, I would have sat back and let it happen. But I couldn't bring myself to abandon Logan. I wasn't going to turn myself in to save him, mind you, but I looked for a way to protect us both. When Logan finally told me he was buying pot when the girls were killed, I remembered seeing Buford Gadsden in those woods, and couldn't shake the idea the two were related. I sketched out detailed timelines, trying to work through it. Logan was only gone from the party about an hour, and it had taken me more than 30 minutes, pumped up on adrenaline and running like a bat out of hell,
to where I'd seen Buford that night. Logan couldn't have gone there and back on foot, but if he'd taken his car, he could have made it there in about 15 minutes, 30-ish round trip. Trying to connect the dots, I drove back to Edisto one night, parked where my car wouldn't be seen, and followed the path where I'd seen Buford. Sure enough, I'd been right about the direction. It led down to the docks. The walk took maybe 5 minutes from where Buford's truck was the night I'd seen him. That was 10 minutes walking there and back. Added to the 30 minutes of driving, that made 40. Throw in some time for Logan to do his business on the boat, and it lined up with the time he was missing from the party. I remember being so pumped up when I figured it out. It didn't take me long to deflate when I realized the bigger problem. I couldn't tell anyone I knew Buford was there at the same time and general location as the party, because I wasn't supposed to be there either, at the same time and general location as the murders. Fuck. I considered calling in an anonymous tip to search the shrimp boat, but that pot was probably long gone. Even if there was still pot on the boat, it wasn't going to place Logan there. Finally, I remembered that stupid wristband. I made one last trip down that path the following night and planted the wristband on Buford's boat. Then I called the tip hotline, and from there, things took care of themselves. Logan's charges were dropped. Buford got his charges dropped down to a misdemeanor, and my secret stayed safe for decades. Then that little bitch Jessie decided to play Nancy Drew, and she found exactly what she was looking for in my files. If I had let her live, she would have gone straight to her daddy with it. Those old murders happened before she was born, so Jessie wouldn't have had a clue that what she found meant I did a lot more than tattle on her father, but Buford would have. It might have taken him a while to see it, but he would have known who could help him fill in the holes, people like Logan Bennett. Even if he didn't pick up on the murders right away, he would have turned me in for planting the evidence. That alone would have cost me my license and probably given me some jail time, and had everyone looking closely at me. Eventually, those timelines Jessie found in my file would have led Buford or the cops to piece together the full picture, just like Addie had now. And when they did, my life would have been the one over, not Jessie's. I had to shut her up. That's exactly what I did that night on Cicada Road. Thanks to Sam Jenkins mucking up the scene and implicating himself in Jessie's murder, it could have worked out. But not now. Now that Addie knew the connection between the two cases, this thing was way too big to keep hidden. I'd have to find a way to get rid of the body this time, or at least make it hard to identify. And I'd have to disappear for good. It wouldn't be easy, but at least I'd be alive. And that's more than I could say for Addie Stone. Chapter 43. "Don't get up," Judge Newton said perfunctorily as he stepped up to the bench, but everyone knew better and rose anyway, sitting only after he did. Henry Newton was the senior-most judge in the county, and there was no question that he ruled the roost. He generally referred to the courtroom as my courtroom, and the bailiffs called him King Henry behind his back. Sharp-eyed, with a temper to match, he was quick to communicate any displeasure he might have with either side. If Newton had ever had a sense of humor, it had escaped long ago. As the room settled, a side door opened and a deputy escorted Sam to a seat beside Zach at the defense table. Sam looked shaky, and Eli could feel his fear from where he sat. Once Sam was seated, Judge Newton nodded toward the court reporter to begin recording, and then he addressed the room. "We are here today on the matter of the State of South Carolina versus Samuel Marcus Jenkins. Case number 2017 GS 1500987. This is Mr. Jenkins's second appearance, and our purpose here today is to hear Mr. Jenkins's plea and to determine whether the case should be set for trial. Is the state present and ready to proceed?" "Yes, Your Honor. Jake Barton for the state." The solicitor stood and responded. "And the defendant?"
Yes, Your Honor, Zack said, on his feet. Zack Stander and Colleton Burns for the defendant. Sam stood with them as Zack had instructed him to do. This court will hear from you now, Mr. Stander. How does your client wish to plead? Your Honor, Mr. Jenkins would like to speak for himself, Zack said, as they had planned. Very well, Judge Newton said, peering down at Sam over his glasses. Mr. Jenkins, you are accused of the murder of Jessica Elaine Gadsden on the night of July 11th, 2017. How do you wish to plead? The air in the courtroom hung heavy and silent. Even the muted sounds of Broad Street traffic filtering through the fortified walls seemed to fade, as every eye and ear trained on Sam Jenkins. Not guilty, Your Honor. I did not do this, and I request a trial by a jury of my peers. Sam's voice was clear and strong now. The hush that had hung over the room gave way to a low rumble of murmured reactions, and Judge Newton delivered a single rap of his gavel. One was all it took. His reputation was widely known, and nobody wanted to be thrown out now. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins, Judge Newton continued. You may be seated. The court has entered your plea into the record. Mr. Stander and Mr. Barton, the case will be placed on the General Sessions jury roster. As the court and counsel discussed scheduling details, Eli exhaled softly, allowing some of the tension to leave him. Sam had seemed unsure last night when they talked. He had until the second he opened his mouth to decide what to say, and Eli had been concerned that Sam would take the plea deal. He could not bear losing his grandson to a ruthless prison system for a crime he didn't commit. He glanced down at the empty seat beside him. Addie not showing up after she said she was coming seemed out of character. He was starting to worry about her. Chapter 44. The courtroom was nearly emptied, though Zack suspected there was still a circus on the lawn. Any chance you know a secret passage out? He asked Colleton. Not exactly a secret, but there is a back way that won't have quite the show going on. We might escape unnoticed. Sounds like a plan. Eli? Zack turned. You in? Definitely, Eli answered, handing him back Addie's file. She never showed. What do you mean she never showed? She told me this morning she would be here. I know. And before the hearing started, I texted, saying I was saving her a seat. She texted back saying she would be here soon. He looked down at the phone he had turned back on once the judge left the courtroom. She hasn't sent anything since that last text. And no missed calls. That's not like her, Zack said, pulling out his own phone and calling her number. Maybe she had car trouble, Colleton said. No, she would have sent one of us a message, Zack said, listening as his call went to voicemail. And there's something else, Eli said. That friend of hers, Emma Hudson, she was here in the courtroom, got here early, and sat there the longest time. But when the hearing started, she disappeared. He cocked his head. Something feels off. Did Emma come back? Zack asked, listening to the phone ring as he tried again to reach Addie. Eli shook his head no. Zack's call went straight to voicemail again. What was it Addie told him last night? Something about Emma keeping important information from her? With all the tension between them lately, he hadn't been as tuned in to what Addie had going on, but he remembered her saying last night she thought Emma might be keeping something from her. He was starting to agree with Eli. Something felt off here. Colleton, instead of going out to your place, do you mind if we work at mine instead? I'm sure we'll find Addie at home, or at least a note or something. Sure. I had to park the Tahoe out in the boonies with all the traffic, but I'll catch up with you. Leave it and ride with me, Eli said. I'll bring you back to get it after the crowds go home. Addie's Jeep was in the drive, and Zack felt the tension in his shoulders start to ease as he pulled in and ran up the steps. His alarm started going off again as soon as he saw the front door was open. Addie? He called out, stepping slowly into the room. No answer. Nothing seemed out of place or missing. He stuck his head in the bedroom. It was empty. "Ads, you here?" He called again as he moved down the hall to the kitchen. Still no response. Her files were strewn across the table like she had been searching for something. He heard Colleton and Eli come in as he tried to call her phone again. It began to ring, only not on the other end. Her ringtone was coming from somewhere in the house. Following the sound back to the living room, he found Colleton and Eli staring at a pocketbook lying just inside the door. How had he missed that? He hung up the call and the pocketbook stopped ringing. Zach opened it and found Addie's phone, keys, and wallet. Where would she go without those? "Did you find a note or anything?" Colleton asked, looking as concerned as Zach felt. "No, but she had files and papers spread out on the table. Maybe there was a note or something I missed," Zach said, turning back to the kitchen. "I'll call Emma's office," Colleton said, following him. "Maybe they're together." Zach picked up an open file, only to find it wasn't Addie's, but his own. This must be the file she had mixed up with the one he'd found at the hearing. In the background, he could hear Colleton telling Eli that the receptionist at the front desk said Emma had gone to the Jenkins hearing and hadn't returned yet. "But Emma left before the hearing started," Eli said. "That makes no sense." Looking at his file, Zach noticed Addie had underlined some dates on one of the invoices from George Holden. It was a new client Jessie had recruited just a few months before her death. Emma Hudson. Zach's head started to spin. According to this invoice, Jessie had been scanning Emma's old records to electronic files right up until the week she was killed. Zach flashed back to Sam's story about Jessie finding a way to befriend someone she thought knew an old secret about her father. Emma Hudson had been involved in that old Edisto case, and the anonymous tip that freed her client also sent Buford Gadsden to jail. If Jessie had been scanning Emma's old files, maybe she was after the file on Logan Bennett, and maybe Emma figured that out. Suddenly everything fell together. "Thanks, Lee," he heard Colleton say as he looked up. "I tried Lee Bowen," Colleton said. "I thought maybe she had gone to talk with him about the case, maybe lost track of time. Lee said he hasn't seen or talked to Addie today."
"She's not with Lee," Zach said, his heart racing. "I think Addie's with Emma, and I think she might be in danger."
He handed the invoice to Colleton.
"Christ,"
Colleton said, understanding immediately.
"I think I know where they are,"
Zach said. He grabbed Addie's keys. The one thing that wasn't in the purse was her gun, and he was guessing it was in the Jeep. "Where are we going?"
"Out to Cicada Road,"
Zach said, already running.
"To the old church where all this started."
Chapter 45. Addie lay on the ground, watching J.B. pace restlessly by the door, a noose twisting in his hands. Sensing her stare, he stopped pacing and walked to where she lay. He knelt close, like a coyote sniffing a carcass, and she jerked her head back in horror as his face morphed into the gored face of Jessie Gadsden. As it sneered down at her, a brick flew through the window, raining shards of glass around her. The crash shattered Addie's drug-induced hallucination, and she shook her head to clear her vision. The figure by the door stopped pacing and came into focus. Addie saw that it wasn't J.B. at all. It was Emma, and it wasn't a noose she was holding.
"Mind playing tricks on you, Addie?"
Emma asked.
"Relax. It's just a hallucination from the ketamine. It'll pass."
She held a revolver in her hand. Addie watched as the strange surroundings slowly became familiar.
"Cicada Road,"
she said simply, finally recognizing the old shed. The distortion of time began to right itself. She could see the zip tie around her ankles, and assumed another like it was what bound her wrists behind her.
"Welcome back to the living," Emma said. "Don't get too comfortable. You won't be staying."
She pulled a 5-gallon bucket from a hook, turned it over, and sat, resting the revolver in her lap.
"It was you.
You murdered those 2 girls on Edisto," Addie said, fighting another wave of nausea.
Addie, murder is such an ugly word," Emma said,
crossing her arms and rubbing them with her hands, as if to shed something.
"I'm sure no one will believe it now, but Tara Godfrey wasn't murdered. I would never have raised a finger to harm her. Truth is, I was head over heels in love with her. Stupidly, I convinced myself the feeling was mutual."
Addie drew in a sharp breath, flashing back on the sad smile on Emma's face that day, as she explained away the years she had spent without marrying.
"Did I shock you, sweetie? Did you think love could only look like yours? Sorry to burst your little bubble."
Emma looked away, and when she looked back, her eyes were full of hate and resentment.
"Do you have any idea how lucky you are to be with whoever you want, and not have anyone think you're a freak for it? Maybe it's a little better in 2017. I don't know. But certainly not then. Can you even imagine what it was like to live in this small town and pretend?"
She paused.
"No, I did not murder Tara Godfrey. That was a bizarre accident. If it was an accident, why hide it?"
Addie was twisting cautiously at the ties on her wrists as she tried to buy time.
"It was that fucking Cindy Crosby. She showed up and jumped to the wrong conclusion. I tried to explain, but the little bitch wouldn't listen," Emma muttered. "She had convinced herself what she saw was intentional, and then when I chased her to try and talk her down, she got hysterical. There was no turning that around. In the end, it was take her life or lose mine, and no way was I going down."
Emma leaned closer.
"That doesn't bode well for you, by the way. That's why you were so sure Logan was innocent, and you planted that wristband and made that bogus call. But how did you guess it was Buford if Logan never gave him up? Logan was a kid growing up in a shit situation, buying a harmless dime bag of pot. I knew it came from Buford because I saw Buford out there at night as I was trying to get away without being seen."
Addie's eyes widened. She hadn't known that piece.
"Besides, it's not like Buford went to jail for something he didn't do. And Sam Jenkins? Collateral damage." She shrugged. "If he needs to blame someone, he can blame Jessie Gadsden. This is all her fault," Emma said. "And you can spare yourself that twisting. Those are industrial zip ties. You'll just tear up your wrists. Your concern is touching, bitch."
Emma threw back her head and laughed.
"You're ballsy. I'll give you that. So how is anything Jessie's fault?" Addie needed to keep her talking. "I know Buford always suspected I had something to do with that anonymous tip. He never said it outright, but I could tell from a few comments he made and the way he acted around me. JB, too. I'm guessing Jessie heard or found something she wasn't supposed to that clued her in, and she went after me like a dog after a bone. Sent me a flyer in the mail, a piece about the convenience of going paperless. I threw it in the trash, assuming it was a mass mailer. I suspect now I got the only one. She followed up with a phone call asking for an appointment. I was impressed with her persistence and agreed. What could it hurt to give a young entrepreneur a chance? Then she came walking in. She was gorgeous, and she knew it, wearing a blouse down to there and a skirt up to here. Perceptive, too. She picked up fast on my attraction to her and played me like a pro. It started with lots of smiles and personal conversations, pretending she was interested. She was constantly reading over my shoulder or leaning over me to pick something up. Not quite touching, but oh, so close. Then came the hand on my arm, or touching my shoulder. Emma's eyes closed. I believed it, because I wanted to believe it. The last time Jessie was in the office, I stepped out to take a call and get us a cup of coffee. She didn't hear me come back, and I watched from the hall as she dug through the old Edisto file. I don't know if she'd already taken pictures, but her phone was out. And she didn't have just those few sanitized pages I gave you. She had everything, including my timeline showing the time I'd spotted Buford leaving those woods. Suddenly it was all so clear. She wasn't attracted to me. She was using me. She orchestrated the scanning offer to get to my files. Once she shared them with her father, and she would have, he'd be onto my secrets. All of them. After I'd seen enough, I backed away quietly and cleared my throat and made some noise in the hall. She scrambled to put it all back, and I pretended not to notice. When she'd been trying to make me think we were so close, she told me about this old church and her little labor of love on Tuesday nights. I knew she'd be here to clean later that night, and I made sure I got here first. You hid your car in this shed and swept out all the tracks before you left, Addie said, and watched as surprise raced across Emma's face. Now you're fucked. I'm fucked. Emma recovered quickly. Addie, honey, you're the one tied up here. Zach knows too. He has photos of the shed floor swept clean, and he knows from Pastor Ben it happened that night. Getting rid of me won't save your cover. Addie raised her chin defiantly. Maybe not, but it will buy me time to run, and a fighting chance, Emma said, knocking the bucket over as she hoisted to her feet and put the revolver in her pocket. You should have left that old file rotting in storage, Addie. Why didn't you? Why do people insist on courting danger, like leaving this old thing lying around? Emma stopped beside the gas can standing next to the rusty mower. She lifted the can and shook it. Not much there, but it doesn't take much, does it? This old timber will flame up like kindling. They'll find your bones after the fire cools enough to clear, but by the time they identify you, I'll be long gone. Listening to Emma, Addie realized that any rational part of the woman was long gone, and another wave of nausea and panic washed over her as she realized what Emma intended to do. Emma sprinkled the gas along the side wall and put the can back by the mower, tipped over as if it had fallen. She pulled a faded ribbon from an old planter and laid it out with one end trailing in the spill. Stepping back, she pulled a lighter from a pocket and carefully lit the dry end closest to her, and the flame began to creep along the length of the ribbon. The flame reached the gasoline and quickly wicked up the wall, smoke already ballooning in the stagnant air inside the shed. As the flames climbed higher, Emma backed out of the shed, raised the revolver, and cocked the hammer with her thumb. So long, Addie. Chapter 46. Zach pressed the clutch and let the car glide silently off the road. He didn't see anyone out front, but he hadn't expected to. If they were here, they'd be back in that old shed. Colleton and Eli had taken a detour to drive by Emma's house, and Zach hadn't heard from them yet, but he didn't have time to waste waiting. He grabbed Addie's Beretta from the console and crept along the side of the church to the corner. He held his breath and strained to listen. Nothing. Peering around, he saw a gray sedan parked near the shed. He stooped low and ran for it, stopping when he was shielded behind the car. From there, he could hear muffled voices coming from inside. He recognized Addie's. Emma backed out of the shed, raising a revolver. So long, Addie, he heard her say. Emma, he shouted, as he stood and trained the Beretta's sight on her. Startled, she spun, wild-eyed and revolver still raised. Smoke began to plume from the shed.
and Addie's terrified scream ripped through the air as flames began to lick along the siding to the outside wall. The scream was enough to distract Emma and throw off her aim. Her shot hit the car. Seizing his chance, Zack fired, and Emma recoiled as the 9mm hollow point ripped a hole in her chest. She looked down, stunned at the spreading red stain, and staggered toward him before she collapsed to her knees. As she teetered back and forth, Emma raised the revolver again. Zack fired, this time hitting her right shoulder. The revolver dropped from her hand, and Emma fell face first to the ground with a blunt thud. Behind her, flames were gaining traction on the wall, and the smoke was coming darker and heavier now. "Zack!" Addie screamed again, and already her voice was raspy from the smoke. She was running out of time. As he barreled toward the shed, Zack scooped up Emma's revolver and threw it past the tree line. He'd seen Fatal Attraction and knew the dead woman wasn't always dead. Addie, can you hear me?" The air inside was thick with smoke, and he couldn't see past the end of his arm. The flames had reached the roof, and a board broke loose and fell, showering sparks and embers around him. He felt the sting as several seared through the back of his shirt. "Zack, freeze! Don't take another step!" she screamed. Whatever she tried to say next was lost in a fit of coughing. Frantic to find her, Zack dropped to his knees to where the air was clearer and came face to face with the reason for her warning. The startled cottonmouth was coiled in a defensive position, its stark white mouth open in a display meant to intimidate foes. It was working. It also explained why Addie hadn't tried to scooch or roll toward the door. "He crawled out from under the mower when the fire started," Addie yelled over the crackling and popping around them. He could see her now. Her face was red from the heat, and her hands and feet were bound. Zack still had the Beretta in his hand, but any shot from this angle would hit Addie, too. Pushing down the panic expanding in his throat, he scanned the space to see if he could get a clean shot. Maybe if he could ease to the right slowly enough not to provoke the snake, he could aim to the left, away from Addie. He shifted his weight to one knee, preparing to move. From the corner of his eye, he could see flames engulfing the window. He was caught between moving too fast and moving too slow. Suddenly, the window glass exploded, sending shards shooting in all directions, and Addie screamed again. The heat from the fire had overpowered the pit viper's heat-sensing pit, and confused by the multiple hits to the ground in all directions, it uncoiled in a single fluid movement toward Zack, only to slither between his legs and escape through the shed door. The burst of adrenaline was dizzying, and Zack shook his head to clear it. The snake's lunge toward Zack had pushed Addie to her limit, and she was quiet now. Too quiet, as she stared at the flames racing greedily across the roof above her. "Addie, look at me," he yelled. Her eyes caught his, and he held them. "That's it, just look at me. Nothing else. I'm coming." Zack dropped to his belly and crawled low to escape the smoke. "They're zip ties. You won't be able to get them off without something to cut them with," Addie said as he reached for her ankles. Her smoke-clogged voice was barely recognizable. "It's okay, baby. I've got you." Shoving the Beretta into his waistband behind him, Zack scooped his arms under her. "I'll have to stand to carry you, and the smoke will be worse. Close your eyes and try to hold your breath until we're out, if you can," he said. The noise of the fire consuming the dry wood was overwhelming, and he wasn't sure she'd heard him. "On 3. Ready?" Zack said, and she nodded. He glanced behind him to gauge the direction of the door. He wouldn't be able to see it once he stood, but the afternoon light beyond it should still be visible. 1, 2, 3. He lifted her and turned in a single motion. The room went dark, but he could see a dim light that had to be the door, and he lunged forward. Zack's lungs were burning, and his legs threatened to give out, but the light from the door was getting brighter. Then he heard the heavy snap of the support beam in the roof giving way. With the last of his energy, he pushed against the pane and stumbled through the door and out into the open as the shed began to collapse in on itself. Sucking in the clean air, Zack carried Addie away from the heat and smoke and lowered her to the grass. He reached back to pull the Beretta from his waistband. It wasn't there. It must have fallen as he'd run from the shed.
and he turned to see where it had landed. He saw it immediately, in Emma Hudson's left hand. She was unsteady, but standing, her shirt dark with blood, and her shattered right arm hanging useless. A swipe of red streaked across her face like war paint. Zack suspected her aim wouldn't be good enough to hit someone moving, especially not with her left hand, but Addie was an easier target with those restraints on. Out of options, Zack placed his body protectively in front of Addie's and held his breath. But instead of the pop of the Beretta, Zack heard the sharp crack of a rifle. Emma's mouth gaped as a perfect round hole appeared on her forehead, and she collapsed in a heap like a marionette with the strings cut. Zack turned and saw Eli running, rifle in hand, with Colleton close behind. "Are you hurt?" Eli asked.
"I'm not, but Addie needs a doctor," Zack answered. "And watch out for that one," he said, looking back at Emma. "She's already come back from the dead once."
Eli approached cautiously and knelt to check for a pulse. "She's gone this time," he said. He stood and looked down at her mangled body. She hadn't been the one to shoot Buck, but she was damn sure the one who'd set it in motion. Eli delivered the message he'd been saving. "Buck says, fuck you." Zack tossed the empty water bottle into the recycling bin and left the waiting room, where he'd been pacing until the doctor cleared Addie for visitors. Her burns were minor, and the effects of the ketamine they'd found in her system had worn off, but they were keeping her overnight. Her eyes opened at the sound of the door closing behind him, and she gave him a tired smile.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked, sitting on the edge of the bed and draping an arm possessively across her waist.
"Like I've been baptized by fire?"
He lifted her arm, looking at the bandage on her wrist. There was a matching one on the other arm from struggling to loosen herself from the restraints. Placing her arm gently back on the bed, he looked out the window to collect his thoughts, and then turned back to her.
"Ads, I've been such an idiot, letting old disappointments get in the way of our future. Just because my father didn't have what it took to be there for my mother and me doesn't mean you and I can't have the family and life we want. I can be better than that." "You are better than that." "I don't feel better. I feel like an idiot." "So, what are you going to do about that, Mr. Stander?" "If you'll still have me, I'm ready for a wedding and a family. Will you marry me, Addie Stone?" "I thought you'd never ask." There was that smile again. He leaned in for a soft kiss, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, holding him there. "How long will it take you to plan this wedding shindig?" he asked, already wondering what it would be like to be part of Addie's large, close-knit family. "Depends," she answered. "How quickly are you planning to get me knocked up?" "I'll race you." Chapter 47. Zack put the final box in the back of the Jeep and closed the hatch, as Addie blew a kiss and pulled out of the drive for the last time, heading back to Charleston. Zack would follow later that afternoon, but he had a stop to make first. The 3 weeks since the fire had been a whirlwind. Based on the evidence about Emma Hudson, the solicitor had dropped the charges against Sam. As a courtesy, Barton arranged a meeting between Zack and Buford Gadsden, and let Zack be the one to tell Buford about Sam's relationship with Jessie and why he had gone to the church that night. Buford had been visibly stunned, and Zack could tell he was wrestling with old demons. In the end, though, Buford's only comment was that his daughter had been the light of his life, and if she believed Sam was special, he would like to think that he would have respected that. He stood, shook Zack's hand, and left without another word. The sheriff's office had approved the use of a private testing agency to fast-track a preliminary analysis of DNA taken from Emma Hudson,
and it had matched the DNA found on Cindy Crosby in 1983. Emma's sample would be retested by SLED, the state's law enforcement division, but that was mostly a formality. Lee Bowen had taken a temporary slot back at the sheriff's office to oversee closing out the case. Colleton was busy helping Addie plan a wedding. She wanted to take her white dress walk down his avenue of oaks and be married in the clearing beyond, followed by an oyster roast and cookout with a local band to celebrate. Zach had been elated by this plan. Sam had his job back, and then some. Eli had been right about George Holden wanting to retire, and George had agreed to sell the business to Sam. George would stay on for a year to help transition clients. Sam had saved for a down payment, and Eli let him take a mortgage on the farm to pay the rest. Eli also had convinced Sam to move back to the farm for a while. No sense paying rent on an apartment Sam didn't need, he'd argued. That was where Zach was headed now, to say goodbye. Zach pulled down the long dirt drive and parked in front of the porch. Eli had seen him drive up and walked down to meet him. A wagging red-bone hound, all ears and feet, tagged along. "What's this?" Zach asked, watching the puppy tug at the laces on Eli's boot. "Seems Buford Gadsden's favorite red-bone hound had a litter, and to hear him tell it, he couldn't find a buyer for this last one," Eli said. "Said he knew he'd never take Buck's place. But he hoped young Jeb here would fill a little of the hole he left in my heart." Eli's voice had grown husky, talking about Buck. "I see you got that shed built back," Zach said, changing the subject to spare his friend. "Buford did that, too, or he sent out a crew to do it. Put it up in a single day," Eli said. "Told me if he'd known what J.B. was up to, he would have put a stop to it, one way or another." "Speaking of J.B.," Zach said, "I guess you heard the sheriff hauled him in and locked him up for burning your shed and shooting Buck." "I did." Eli nodded. "Sheriff came out to tell me personally. Said they got an anonymous tip about a body shop with evidence of J.B.'s taillight being shot out and replaced that night. Strangest thing, though, he said the anonymous caller sounded a hell of a lot like Buford Gadsden." "I guess some people are exactly what you think they are, and others surprise you," Zach said. Eli eased himself down to sit on the steps, and Zach joined him. "Is Sam around this afternoon? I was hoping I could see him before I left," Zach said. "Sorry, Zach. He's at the office." "No big deal. I'll catch up with him at the wedding in a couple of months. You'll both be there, won't you?" "Wouldn't miss it for anything," Eli said with a grin. "I guess this is it for a while, then," Zach said. Both men nodded. "Something else on your mind, Zach?" Eli asked when Zach didn't move to leave. "Eli, Sam and I have more in common than the case that brought me here." Zach stared off at the fields as he told Eli his story. "Some people are born knowing who their families are," Zach said as he finished. "The rest of us have to find them." Zach turned to look at his friend, but couldn't find the words for what he wanted to say. Once again, the old man showed him the way, putting a hand on Zach's shoulder. "Message received, son. Message received." Chapter 48. 1 year later. Sam carried his coffee out to the porch and settled into the rocker that had become his favorite spot. Jeb, who had been enthusiastically harassing squirrels, bounded up the steps and flopped, panting, at the foot of the rocker next to Sam, Eli's chair. Jeb loved Sam, but they both understood Jeb would always be Eli's dog. Looking over at the empty chair, Sam felt the now familiar pang. Had Eli really been gone for 6 months? The doctors said it had been a heart attack when they'd found him slumped over the wheel of the still idling tractor, one of the places he'd been happiest.
This farm had been such a part of Eli that Sam still half expected to see him coming in from the field. But that wasn't going to happen. As if sensing Sam's thoughts, Jeb gave a soft whine and put his auburn head on his paws. It was Jeb who first heard the familiar engine slowing on the highway near the end of the drive, and he looked up expectantly at Sam. "Sounds like the mailman," Sam said, standing and stretching. Jeb was way ahead of him, sailing down the steps and up the dirt drive, barking his full head off. Walking behind him, Sam waved at Mr. Harvey, who waved back before he put the mail in the box and pulled away. Jeb played his usual game of racing back and forth between the mailbox and Sam, tongue lolling out of his mouth, until finally Sam reached the box and pulled out the mail. It was mostly junk mail, with a few inevitable bills. But at the bottom of the stack was a hand-addressed envelope. The Charleston return address was unfamiliar, but Sam instantly recognized Zach's chicken-scratch handwriting. Sam opened the envelope and fished out a photo of Zach in hospital scrubs. He was beaming over Addie, who was cradling a scrunched red face, peering up from a pale blue blanket. Below the photo, Zach had scribbled a single line. "We named him Eli." Author's note: fiction, at its best, reflects life. Characters are most compelling when they experience the same emotions and face the same challenges that shape our lives in the real world. For me, the ways in which my characters and stories are born run the gamut. Some appear in my head all at once, demanding to be put to paper. Others materialize gradually, speaking so softly that I strain to hear. When Cicadas Cry is one of the latter. I had long been toying with the premise. A young lawyer unraveling the mystery behind a present-day murder that is inextricably tied to two unsolved murders from decades earlier. That time span meant I needed a local's knowledge of the setting in both the present and the past, leading me back to the small town of Walterboro, South Carolina, where I grew up. The time span also presented a different kind of problem. How would my present-day characters tell the story of murders that happened so long ago? As the killer's voice began to whisper clues in my ear, an idea unfurled. Why couldn't the killer talk directly to the reader, that same way, in tantalizing sidebars the other characters can't hear? At last, the plot unfolded. Then, real-world events changed my way of looking at it. In 2015, a local police officer, Michael Slager, shot a 50-year-old man, Walter Scott, during a routine traffic stop. Scott was unarmed and black. Only 2 months later, as our community was grappling with the racism issues raised by that shooting, our foundation was shaken by the massacre of 9 black church parishioners. Dylan Roof, a white supremacist with extreme views, visited the historic Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston during Bible study. The pastor gave him a Bible and offered him a chair. 20 minutes later, Roof pulled a weapon, ruthlessly killing 9 parishioners and wounding a 10th before fleeing. When the heartbreaking news broke, thousands of Charlestonians held hands and formed a line stretching 2 miles across the Ravenel Bridge, where they stood silent for 5 minutes. The tumultuous aftermath came to a peak in December 2016, with both trials taking place in the same month. Slager's ended in a mistrial, but his retrial in 2017 ended with a conviction and prison sentence. Across the street in federal court, Roof was convicted and sentenced to death. During his trial, the victims' family members presented a powerful image as they stood, one by one, and voiced forgiveness. It did not take long to realize the characters in my novel, set in the Low Country in 2017, would also feel the indelible stamp of these events. Racial tension had always been present in the story, with a white victim and a black suspect, but now those issues were front and center, and magnified by the insular nature of small-town life. I never set out to write a novel that confronts complex social issues. My only goal in writing When Cicadas Cry was to create a clever and twisty mystery. Somewhere along the way, the characters decided they had something more thought-provoking to say. By the time I finalized the manuscript, the high-profile Murdaugh trial had thrust Walterboro into the national spotlight. Although the Murdaughs left the solicitor's office long before 2017, and Alex Murdaugh's inglorious fall had not yet taken place, I suspect there will be those who envision that saga superimposed on my story, because we each bring to a book our own life experience. And that is okay. Like I said, fiction at its best reflects life. This recording of When Cicadas Cry was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Adam Barr. Produced by Eric Black. Text copyright 2024 by Caroline Cleveland. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.